got Zanoni ahead in the Racing Heart Italia 2 car, and then Sergei Orlov for Alpha Racing Team, who want to get a 1 and 2 in the LMP2 class. That is within touching distance. It's not been possible for them thus far, but it will be a stunning set of dominance if they can get both their cars first and second.
It's going to be a bit of a wild one at the moment. These two are throwing everything at one another, trying to get that little bit more pace underneath them. And we are starting to see cars coming out of the pits. And Sergei going for the dive, puts himself in the middle in a very precarious position. Stefano gets off the throttle. Stefano getting the drive out of the corner, looks for the inside line, gets past Sergei once again. And here comes one of our SRG cars going to also throw their hat into the ring. Now this is the Ferrari, this is the SRG2 team that is absolutely hammering it at the moment, trying to keep it all the momentum, and now going to play a little bit of a part in the LMP2 battle for third and second place. And it's, well, having to just be a little bit cautious here. Stefano locking up the brakes into the corner. He is not backing out. Sergei moving a little bit over, trying to let the guy go. But just saying, look, just get past me, but you need to hurry up and go. I can't be battling behind you the whole time. I need to get that little bit of momentum. Stefano, though, is going to have an easy one because it's down the straightaway that the Ferrari hypercar getting an easy pass into braking.
Yeah, I suppose, turns 8 through 11, they do have the straights coming, so yeah, that's a good chance for the faster cars to benefit from the blue flags. We have turn 9 and 10 here. Visibility may be compromised for just a moment as you're trying to modulate your brakes to make sure you don't lock up, and then a car could be coming speeding in, and then you're trying to control your steering and at the same time make sure you can slow it down appropriately. So yeah, the Team Iris car I think is trying to cut through the pack as well. So yeah, the battles for the podium positions in both hypercar and LMP2 are coming to meet each other for the first time, with the lapped traffic now becoming more of a factor as the hypercars pull further and further away. And Orloff now half a second behind after previously being within touching distance, but now the Ferrari, might be an SRG Ferrari in the way. So yeah, a bit of a flash of the headlights to get them out of the way, but then there are hypercars coming, so that must be RFRO Sim Sports. There you go, we've a double transition there to allow the hypercar through. So yeah, it's just so, jarring, I'm sure, for these drivers. Still getting used to it now on board. This is a battle for position. SRG Team 2 have overtaken Fujier. I think Fujier slowed down quite a lot, and he's lost a ton of time for Bro Sim Sport here, Stephen. Yeah, that's another, blink and you miss it moment.
I'm wondering how much is left in the tank of these drivers, because they have worn themselves out. There's still so much racing to go on. Everyone's fighting like they're in a sprint race at the moment, but we've got to remind ourselves 186 laps to be completed by our leaders. I mean, this is still a very, very long race, and teams are going nose to tail with one another at the moment. But how much are they burning the candle at both sides at the moment? You're burning out your driver, getting them to push as hard as they can early on. Are you going to leave them out of the car? Are you going to double stint the drivers? There's so many fundamentals that are going to happen here, because we expect to see the LMP2s pulling into the pits. There's one of the hypercars, that's one of the Ferraris that's off circuit. Now trying to rejoin, getting a little bit of an outbraking moment. I mean, now the planning comes in, because are you going to double stint drivers, or are you going to keep one driver? You're going to rotate your drivers after a chaotic start like this?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Certainly if you're a team with the 2 drivers available, then yeah, you'd want a double stint just so your adrenaline is pumping, and you've gotten through the worst of it, I'm sure. But then the knowledge, you need to spread that information to your co-driver. But then the team with multiple drivers, it may be tempting just to say, look, this was a tough first stint. This has been a bit of a baptism of fire to begin the 2024-25 season of RFRO 1,000 kilometers. So Yeah, it might be worth an immediate swap just to give someone else a chance, maybe to build up the confidence again, and then yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, there may be the temptation just to consider swapping earlier than anticipated, just get a jump on your opposition. But yeah, I'd imagine the top 5 cars of all these classes, they've got a driver that is in a positive frame of mind. They're doing well. They have a chance to compete for the position ahead or defend from behind. So yeah, if you're at the back, then yeah, maybe worth just letting your driver out of the car just to cool down, because it has been a heck of a start. We're only really scratching the surface of this race distance. It's barely anything so far.
I mean, it has been a great start, but for those that are still running nose to tail, they've got to be a bit cautious of when they're going to pit. I'm starting to wonder for a lot of these drivers, how far are they going to go in for an undercut? How much are you going to show your hand at the start of this race? And that's where the question comes in, because the moment you start doing that first pit stop, your competitors can start roughly working out what your second and your third and your fourth pit stop's going to look like. Especially, we got the rough estimate of maximum amount of laps in a perfect world. That is going to be when you're in the box. But as we've seen, a couple of mistakes have come in. A couple of drivers have pitted early, and the others are still going on. For our GT3s, we saw a couple of cars getting in a lot earlier than they planned, because in a perfect world, 35 laps, we saw so far at 13 and 18 laps that we've seen a couple of cars diving into the pits. So I'm starting to wonder how many people are looking across the wall at one another and seeing, that's when that car's coming in. When is the pit crew going to be stepping out of the boxes to get back in and racing once again? There's so many things that can happen in an endurance race that can make or break in the early stages. And another thing, we got to throw in any fuel that's burned over now that wasn't planned. It means it's a little bit longer in the pit stops come the end of the race. Maybe that extra 5 liters that you burned now early on in the race may cost you time at the end of the race.
That's it, yeah. So you could perhaps gamble once or twice, but it could come back to bite you later on when you really do have to fuel save, and it can compromise your race. So you do have to stick roughly to the pit window, unless you've got a bit of slice of luck with code 80, for example. Yeah, we are just curious to see what may happen as the pit window is coming soon. And yeah, definitely the domination here for Morville, still about 5 seconds clear in the race lead. Maybe coming back down again briefly as the car has to slow down for turn 8, and now it's turn 10. So domination for SRG Team 1, and they just need to follow their preferred scripts. You can just see in the background, that's the second place car, the Team Iris, number 87. So a bit of a breather at last for the hypercars. They can push a full pelt again without the traffic getting into their viewpoint. So yeah, they have a little bit of a chance to get going again as normal. And then RFRO Sim Sport in P3 in the hypercar. So it really is a 3-car race thus far. So Morville leads the way. Krustelef in the Alpha Racing Team number 34 leads the class still, and then Gil Neves is for number 17 still commanding there, a 5-second lead in the GT3. So yeah, it is a really strong stint for those 3 particular class leaders. Morville with a new fastest lap of a 1 minute 40.6, pulling out a little bit extra on Team Iris behind. So yeah, this is as they're going to plan thus far, but the pit stops can change the outlook of the race very quickly indeed.
It's going to be a bit of an exciting one, but Morville has really put in a phenomenal stint. I've got to say, it's really set the bar of where the team needs to be. But now for a lot of the teams, they're looking out and saying, well, we got to see what Kevin can do. What can his teammates do? That's where the question comes in. Are they going to come in out of the box just as quick? Or is Kevin that star driver that's meant to put in that monster scrap? Has Team Iris gone and played it a little bit safer in putting a driver that may not be the quickest right now, but towards the end of the race may be a proper effect as well. So there's still a lot of factors into this race. Who's going to be able to get that climb? Who's going to be able to move their way through? Pit window is now open for the drivers to start getting into the pits and sorting themselves out. Let's see who's going to be able to get that undercut versus the overcut. Who has saved enough in those tires? Not only in the petrol tank, but the tires, I think, have taken the most abuse in this race thus far. But our top 5 for our LMH cars, LMP2s, and GT3s starting to open up more and more, but I think after the first round of pit stops, that's going to be twisted on its head very shortly.
Right, Jar. So we'll be watching for the LMP2s first. I think their pit window is exactly 23 laps, so they're almost there now. Be there 23rd lap starting now for the leader in class Khrushchev. We're on board with Khrushchev, I think, for Boyd Transport Racing, their junior team in GT3. Larito for a Sinister race team just in front there, tantalizingly close. Again, the Ferrari just a little bit too far in front. Preference in race. Oh, he's dropped it too much. Rodrigo makes a mistake, and Konstantin Khrushchev has psyched him out, and he gains position right in time. And now another hypercar wants to be let by, so that might be one of the top dogs here. SRG Team 3 maybe in 4th place, trying to get by in minding his own business. So he's got a huge lead over Carber 8 at the moment, about 48 seconds. So the hypercars, it's really the most imbalanced. So now we have pitters. Here we go, Stephen. We have cars in the pit. So Alpha Racing Team, the race leaders, have decided to follow each other to the letter and are now both in the same pits strategy. So here we go. Team Phoenix take a brief lead.
Oh, a bit of a double stack there, bit of an interesting move that may or may not pan out. So pacing each other is always a difficult one, whether it's going to work out in the long run. I've got to say, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be an interesting one. And the only time we're going to find out how this is going to work is towards the end of the race, whether the gamble now is working out. But a lot of the drivers might be also working on the cars, just get a little bit more, get those cars a little bit more fixed for any bumps or scruffs they've had during the course of the race to ensure that they can keep going.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, the job now, the hypercars are almost within their preferred pit window. Maybe a lap or two left in them. So now on board with Rhino. Has to let more cars through. And that allows Simo S to pull away a 1.5 seconds clear, changing up to turn 4 at the moment. When the OSRs, they have the teammates together, as a matter of fact, in the battle for 14th in class. But of course, Endu Sim Racers are in range as well. So you can see 2 different chassis on board the OSR cars at BMW and a Mercedes. They're trying to catch the Endu Sim Racers Merc. And maybe, yeah, there we go. A bit of a alternate line again. So maybe OSR want to swap these 2 drivers around, or they want to have them practice a battle to see how they compare. So yeah, it's unusual to see this, I have to say. It's like they're just trying to guide each other through and protect themselves in Bentley. Go ahead.
I think the OSR 4 is actually getting a little bit unsteady out of the corners. That Merc doesn't look as well put together as the BMW through the corners, but it's having a lot more top end. So I wonder that they're closing up to one another through the corners, and soon as Julian trying to get past Jerome, the Mercedes just puts a foot down, and while there's no replacement for displacement, starts to open that gap once again.
Now we have a battle for 2nd position, I believe. This is a Portuguese head-to-head battle. The champions of 2024 58 Racing, now rebranded to that new name. They're trying to get 2nd position away from Rui Pedro Vieira in the AJR Home at Porto car. So the Cardozo-led Porsche has not had a chance to be 2nd place at all. I think they qualified 3rd, and they've settled down into 3rd. They're getting as close as they've been thus far for a chance at the 2nd position. Now one of the hypercars has to be let through. So common overtaking point for the hypercars to get themselves to full pace again. And now this is a good run here for Cardozo. Let's see if he can keep that Ferrari at arm's length. So close yet so far at the moment, I have to say, but maybe the ability to go in a straight line could play a difference here. And yellow flag in sector 3, I don't know if that's of any particular relevance to these drivers. They may have already overtaken the zone, or it's cleaned itself very quickly anyway. So yeah, Cardozo and Vieira really eager to get the bragging rights here. Of course, the United Sim Racing car is another 6 seconds up the road, and we both clear. Now we see the LMH. That's a pit stop. It's an SRG. It is the race leader indeed. The number 24 takes the pit lane, and Team Iris have decided to go a little bit longer, so they take a temporary lead themselves.
So a bit of a change up there as the drivers now starting to figure out where they can go. Teams are starting to figure out where they're going to go one driver double stinting or swap it out. But for our GT3s, it is still an absolute slugfest, because roughly they're going to put in on lap 35. So for these two, our second and third car, they're having to navigate their way around with a lot of incredibly quick traffic. Is going to make things a little bit more interesting. But for Sergei Orlov, he is going around once again, so still keeping out, so he's doing a bit of a double stint at the moment. Nicholas Logos here for the G League Esports in 7th position. Try putting up a little bit of a fight. Lights being flashed ablaze, saying, listen, you got to mind out the way. But I think that the G League are going to be saying, okay, let's make quick work of the GT3s here. Let's get back into the focus. Sergei's going to be wearing himself out a little bit more at the moment. So this is going to be interesting. Keep the pressure on. Maybe see a change up in terms of later in the race of not quite on the same pace as he once were.
Yeah, so we have the hypercars there shuffled up a little bit, so we should see Team Iris come into the pits very soon, and then SRG Team 3 have gone a lap longer themselves. So now we gotta keep an eye out on that as well. But of course, yeah, the battle between Alpha Racing Team 2 and G League Esports Academy, it's over very soon after it began. So yeah, that became a non-factor. So Orlov, I think he's putting a great lap time here. He's closing in on John Couton as well. And yeah, there you can see there's the orange and black car lapping one of the Porsches in GT3. So yeah, that's the homed in target for the number 43 car at this stage. And there we go, Team Iris and SRG Team 3 have pitted as well. So yeah, that's going to give number 24 its lead back.
This is absolutely back and forward for everyone, trying to get that little bit more up the road. There's still so many questions running through the drivers' heads of what else can they do, how far can they push it, and whether they're going to be able to stand on top come the end of the race. There's so many different factors here for the drivers to see who is going to be at the top of the charts. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a difficult one, but at the moment, Morvel is still out in the car, so he's going a little bit longer, and Neves is also going to be going a bit longer in the car. Only our LMP2s was the change up for it at the moment, so good to see that there's a bit of consistency coming in for our LMH and our GT3s, but what is that going to mean in the later stage of the race? Are they going to be able to carry that momentum a little bit further down the road?
Yeah, the momentum is key. So this is excellent from Orlov. Another position gained in no time at all. And yeah, this is really impressive. So Alpha Racing Team, of course, they were hoping to be first and second in class. So a few cars, I think, are still to make their first pit stop. So yeah, the Alpha Racing Team are really leading the charge at the moment in this particular class. Just need to keep up with their fresh tank of fuel and the new tires, I presume, with their new tires on board, just so you get everything done in one pit stop. And yeah, this is really, really remarkable to see. And Couton is already 1.5 seconds back.
As they push themselves a little bit more, that is the concept motorsports coming out. That's the iceberg that's coming out of the pits. But Sergey Olaf going and pushing hard for the Alpha Racing team, the RKT competition, running in 6th place, keeping consistent in terms of the gap. Roughly about 3 seconds, but getting held up a little bit in traffic every so often. I gotta say, Olaf has really just put the hammer down since coming out of the pits and is not waiting up for the rest of the field. He's keeping that pressure going on and on, trying to close up the gap as fast as possible and not to lose out too much time in the long run here. Well done for navigating the traffic and moving your way back up through the order. But something tells me he's in for quite a hefty stint at this point.
Yeah, that's it. But just apologies at the moment for the drop in quality of the stream. We are trying our utmost to fix it, but if it comes to it, we may just take a quick break to allow for the opportunity to get the connection calmed down. And yeah, we'll just double check with Charles in our ear to make sure if we can try and fix things in the background and take a couple of minutes away just so we can ensure the quality of the broadcast is up to everyone's standards. So we do again apologize for that. So we'll have a chance to perhaps try and fix it in the background or see what can be done. Yeah, the main thing is, of course, GT3 still have a few laps to go until their scheduled pit stops begin. So we will double check how things are. But yeah, keep us updated if there are any problems with the stream on your end. So again, apologies for that. We really do hope you can remain with us.
Well, I've got to say, absolutely tremendous stuff. But I'm curious to see you all at home. Let us know, where are you watching from around the world, and see how everyone's doing. Let us know out on social media. Use the hashtags as well for the RFRO. And just hashtag us out on social media. Show us a bit of a photo of where you're watching in the world, what are you doing, or even which team you are supporting for the Bahrain 1,000 kilometer, the first round of our 1,000 kilometers series.
Yeah, actually, let's do take the opportunity to take a break. So we'll just leave this battle for 12th position in GT3 to its capacity at the minute. So let's see how that gets on. But we will step away for just a few minutes. We hope we can rejoin you after this quick break. Thanks very much, everybody, for sticking around with us. My name's Owen Harmon, and Stephen Kernick is alongside me in the broadcast for RFRO 1000 kilometer series, round 1 of 2024/25. So, Stephen, we've just headed into the 1 hour mark now, lap 36 for our hypercar leader. And I believe the GT3s have had their chance in pit lane as well. So, the race is definitely starting to develop. And yeah, it is still pretty much one-way traffic in some regards, but other places in the track we have exciting battles. So yeah, it's a variation, isn't it?
It's been very interesting during the break, but I've also been taking a look down at pit lane and also some of the comments that are flying in. A couple of drivers wondering about their stints, what they're going to do. There seems like there's going to be a change-up in driver stints as well as a react to what's gone out, and others also saying hoping they can make it. Oh, we've got a car that is not looking so good in the background. It was one of our prototypes that was parked off on the left-hand side, and yellow's in section 2, so not an easy time out there. And I do think we've got a fair amount of machinery that's starting to take a bit of abuse, a bit of a lockup, as the drivers pushing themselves a little bit offline at the moment, and our GT3s still giving it everything they got out there. I mean, everyone is trying their best efforts to get across the line, and Bahrain has come in with a fight. I mean, this is a intense amount of heat out on track. It's an intense amount of racing. There's a lot that you have to work around, and everyone having to see what's going to work out for them. What's going to be the advantage come the end of this race? Like some side-by-side battles all the way through. And I've got to say, lovely to see the Bahrain Transport Racing going and taking the fight to the Sinister race team that is absolutely blasting past one another, and getting a bit of confirmation from our spectators. There is a prototype that was burning out on the side of the track. So there was marshals attending to a car that pretty much gave up the ghost out there in the biggest way possible. I mean, we talked about the track having a high enough temperature, but well, going and roasting the underneath of your car is a little bit beyond what I would usually think as a warm day out at the racetrack.
My goodness, certainly the shock of seeing the car pulled over, it didn't cause any sort of disruption to our safety of the track, so the race control has allowed things to proceed as normal. So on board a bit longer here with Burrito, just trying his best to deal with this traffic. And there's another LMP2 car coming by, so it could be the number 66 that went up in flames there. They're out of the race. And number 66, so let me check our spotter's guide, see who that was. The FCT Ferrari in hypercar out of the race. So yeah, that's a warning sign to any of the other Ferrari teams. The majority of our drivers today have picked the Ferrari, so they've got to regulate the temperatures. A penalty to Chevalier been noted there. Could be speeding in pit lane or something.
Yeah, oh man, that's going to be a bit of a sore one. A team pretty much gone the way of Cheech and Chong, for anyone that knows that reference, going up in smoke. But having a penalty getting thrown out, one thing that you never want to do in a race is be the first driver to score a penalty. I mean, that's one of those, like, sorry guys. You know, you sit there with your head in your hands and go, okay, I've got to put this behind me, but man, you never want to be the first guy with a penalty. But I've got to say that the Sinister race team has now since gotten past the Bahrain Transport Racing team. They've extended that gap about 2.2 seconds. It seems to be a bit of a to and fro at the moment. As I said, the LMP2s did play a bit of an effect out there on the track, but it is a worrying sign to prototype drivers, to all the drivers out there that listen. Mechanical failure is a serious reality, and it's something you gotta know. The only way you're gonna get to the top of this race is you're gonna have to finish. You need to cross that line without a hiccup, and it's unfortunate. I mean, we've had drivers really try and push it to the line. We've seen we saw one major incident at the start where it landed up with a BMW crabbing all over the show with huge suspension damage to it, but now a Ferrari that is going changing its colors quite quickly.
For sure. It's a great disappointment for the team. They would have been on for a pretty decent haul of points if they made it to the finish, even if it was to be a position probably ninth or 10th. The amount of cars that are in hypercar class that are racing today. So yeah, to miss out completely, that's gotta hurt. But yeah, they'll hopefully learn the lesson and come back stronger next month. And I think that's the Road America contest. So yeah, I'll double check the calendar again as well, just to be sure. Yeah, Road America, totally different circuit compared to Sakir here in Bahrain. So yeah, it is a teething problem for the hypercar, but if the other drivers in the Ferrari have noticed it, they'll be certainly very conscious of their temps and other factors with reliability now. So there we go. Our class leaders from the first stint have retained their advantages. So number 24, Morville, Crustaleff in the 3-4, and Gil Neves in the 17, all back in the race lead. But certainly in LMP2, we can see the battle for position is heating up now. So number 122, Racing Heart, Italia, their second team, are gaining position. You can just see now we're following along with the Italian team. In third place, it's Team Phoenix. This is the class to watch at the moment, Stephen. We've got 3 cars all within touching distance going for the lead.
I've got to say, this is going to be a bit of a close one. Team Phoenix at the moment is pushing as hard as they can to try and make up the time. A little bit slower out of the final corner. Not ideal circumstances. Not going to get past the GT3 heading into turn 1. It's going to have to be a bit patient through turn 1, 2, 3. And we do have a bit of GT3s in the pits. We're getting a bit of confirmation there. But side by side for Stefano, who runs out a bit wide. And Nicola having to back off the throttle as a BMW crosses over the nose. That has just slowed up the Team Phoenix LMP2 car just a fraction, but Stefano, who was hoping for the BMW to back out of the corner a little bit earlier on, suddenly had a fright as he was parked off on the wrong side of the circuit, having to just drive around on one of the dirtiest side of the circuit. Marbles kicked up as we continue on lap 40 of 186 laps here at Bahrain. And the marbles are going to be building up. The last thing you want to do is go off racing line, and I think it's going to be a bit of a tough one as Jose having to keep the defense against the Alpha Sim Racing team. Sergey, who has been on a hot charge at the moment, they've also behind the battle ahead of them. The 2 GT3 cars are having a fight, so they've got to make short work of this quite quickly. Sergey opting for the inside line, and that was unfortunately the wrong one. Jose gets in the absolute acceleration out of the corner, and now is opening up the gap for the play team as they accelerate, looking to break away. Sergey having to just mince his way through the field, looks on the inside, gets the pass done, a little bit of touch on the dirt there just to try and get it all sorted out, but losing a little bit of time. The frustration that must be underneath that helmet is absolutely monumental at this point.
Yes, of course, but yeah, there's no need to get totally out of your temper. You can still retrieve it. As you can see now, I think that maybe the Azure Home Porto car that's second in class that now has the lapping, it's going to be lapped. So yeah, you can see now maybe that's a mistake from the Racing Heart Italia car, and he's slowing down significantly, oddly. So yeah, Orloff, I think he's got the inside line here. So yeah, he's actually going to overtake the play team. So that's the play team car. So they must be slowing down as well. So that's yeah, that's unusual. Yeah, the play team number 10 just off its usual A game there. So yeah, very strange to see, but I suppose he realized, yeah, it's not worth it. Now just get out of the way, and yeah, they'll carry on as normal there. Play team in 5th in the LMP2 class. So Orloff just pushing as hard as he can to try and regain whatever he can from this portion of the race. Now we move forward to the hypercars for a moment here. We've Porsche versus Ferrari. It's Chris Davis still second place for Team Iris, and then Quanto as the RFRO SimSport team right behind in third. So this should be absolutely riveting contest now. But they've got to avoid kicking too many lumps out of each other, Stephen, because SRG Team 1 will just streak further away in this second stint if they battle too hard.
Ponto getting a little bit out of shape into turn one. That rear starting to step out once again. It seems like as they get a little bit later into the race, about lap 5, the rear tires start to drop away on the LMDH cars, that they're having to manage those tire temperatures a little bit more, because I'm seeing a little bit more rotation coming in on the rear. The guys having to really just try and figure out what the cars are going to do. But I'm very, very curious. Ponto has been on a great drive at the moment. Davis has also been in this constant fight. Now, they've worked out each other's tactics, we worked out each other's moves, seeing how this is going to go, considering this is a fight for second place, and it's been well over an hour of racing so far. I mean, these teams are showing no signs of slowing down at any point of this race.
GT3's leader, United Sim Racing GT, and second place AGR Homa Porto both come into the pits. So that's a pretty long stint, I have to say now, for the GT3s, who may have been going a bit longer. They've excelled themselves, so they're just probably on their 35th lap themselves, but definitely the leaders have preferred to go a little bit longer, just to make that absolute certain they can meet their pit window. Maybe the gold racing team for Grow Racing, they can perhaps make a choice. Yeah, they're in the pits. I think I just saw the mark pulling in for a pit stop. There we go, the 289 pits 2. So they're all about on the same target, so it should make too much of a difference in their class. They are pretty close, unless someone makes a mistake with their pit entry or pit exit, or maybe they need to repair something. That could shuffle the order a little bit, but I'd imagine the number 17 team are optimistic of their chances. They'll get the service done and they'll rejoin still in first place. But we'll double check if there are any driver changes at this stage. So the GT3s have to go over an hour in their stint just to use their fuel tank, I suppose, advantage. Their fuel economy is perhaps a little bit better.
It's going to be a difficult one right to the end. It's going to be a fight tooth and nail at this point, and everyone going to the books trying to figure out what is going to be their advantage here, how they're going to get the climb, what do they need to do to get one up on the competition. I mean, this is some extreme amounts of thinking, going back to the books and working out what everyone's going to do, how the entire race is going to turn out by the end of it. I mean, we may see the running order stay as is, but I will absolutely bet on it that we're going to see the whole thing flip on its head as it gets to the later stage of the race, as fatigue starts to kick in, as not only eye strain kicks in for the drivers because they are looking at these screens, some of them utilizing VR, so they've got the virtual reality headset on, that's pumping enough heat and making people sweat. The having to monitor, we'll take a look at their monitors and just trying to pick out every bit of detail that's going on. Also, behind the steering wheels, for everyone that thinks sim racing is pretty easy while you're just sitting in a seat that's not moving, these drivers are dealing with Newton meters that go from 2 Newton meters, which is enough of going and just having an okay time in the day, right up to about 50 Newton meters, which is more than what your normal road cars put out. So if you want to take up the challenge, I dare you to go and feel what one of these drivers, the average Newton meters would be about 5 Newton meters. Take a 2-liter bottle of water and hold it out to keep your arm dead straight and hold that 2-liter bottle of water. Now hold it there for 20 minutes continuously.
Sorry, there was a bit of contact there. Ponto had to dodge a Porsche, unfortunately. There was a little bit of contact, so yeah, I'm afraid. Oh, Ponto, I think he's a bit ragged now. He's a bit all over the shop. And Davis will take full advantage of that. So yeah, a bit of lap traffic problems there. But anyway, carry on with your 2-liter bottle hypothetical there. That was very fascinating, I have to say.
Well, it's the easiest way to explain it. You want to go and feel the amount of fatigue that these arms are going to be taking for our drivers? Do that. It's the same as go and put your legs straight, lift it off the ground, put it straight up against the wall, balance on one leg, and put all your force into the leg that's up against the wall. That's what the driver's going to be feeling. And hold it there for about 20 minutes. So hold your balance for 20 minutes and keep all the force as much as you can up against the wall. That's going to be feeling like you're pushing against a load cell pedal. That's roughly about 70 kilograms average of force setting in. So you need 70 kilograms of force to bottom the pedal out. But it's getting a bit busy for the LMP2s and the LDMHs as they make their way through the GT3s. Turn 1 getting a little bit chaotic as everyone's having to climb on the anchors and just figure out where they're going to go. It is turning into a rough situation for all these drivers that are... Where do you look? Front? Out your front windscreen? In your mirrors? I mean, it's just busy all over.
Of course, yeah, definitely. What you've got to do, of course, is mind your mirrors for perhaps 1 or 2 glimpses. Then you've got to look forward to make sure you're not missing your braking point. You could hit someone in the back. Pointo, wow, he's taken advantage of the BMW blocking Davis. And yeah, maybe Davis will have a word about that, saying that might have been a use of a cut in the road to gain advantage, but he'll say it's opportunism. So Corentin Pointo for RFRO SimSport has taken 2nd position with a great piece of blink and you miss it driving opportunism. He will be pleased with that. So that changes how the hypercar class looks with the SRG team well up the road at this stage. It is P2 now for Pointo, and the RFRO team. Chris Davis will be feeling very upset about that, but he'll try again. It's still early days. Let's see what he can do.
I think for a tourist team, this is the RFRO SimSport tourist team. I mean, if you're a tourist, you've only got a short amount of time to see everything. So Pointo is making sure he can see the top end of the field as quick as he can. I've got to say, for an opportunistic move, that was beautifully executed, but at the same time, it could have gone horribly wrong, much like taking a dive into turn 1, utilizing as much of the slipstream as possible. Chris Davis closed up that gap as well, but just loses out onto turn 1. So, I mean, this is getting a little bit wild, and Davis every time is just tightening the noose. Pointo's not out of the woodwork here. As much as he's pulled the move on Chris Davis, Davis has an opportunity to do exactly the same back to him. So Pointo's got to keep a very close eye. We do see one of the Porsches just slamming on the anchors.
The reigning champions of GT3, the 58, just slowing right down, and thankfully there's no contact, but there is contact there, and it's going to send that Merc into a giant spin. That's devastating, and that could be a big talking point now in this race. Pointo, he's got a very short fuse. He does not have much tolerance for these cars, and he's slotting all over the place. So he just has a door-to-door collision with the gold and black Mercedes. I'll try and figure out which one it might have been.
It wasn't the Mercedes. My heart is aching. It was the Bentley.
It's Bentley, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it's Bentley, of course. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, that hurts.
That is going for an endangered animal, unfortunately. Pointo just took out the most endangered car on the field, and that was the big Bentley, the one and only Bentley. Oh, as we're seeing the LMP2s also suffering from a tank slapper. This is Fabiano going in, catching up to Jean Perret just ahead of him. Perret going and missing the apex ever so slightly, getting a bit of a tank slapper. He gets back onto the power as hard as he can to just try and keep it going. I mean, this is nose-to-tail racing. This is absolutely brilliant to see the drivers pushing that boundary a little bit more, but I do think that the stewards are going to be looking very closely at some of these contacts and going, it's time to bring out the big wooden spoon, and a couple of people are going to be feeling it a little bit later.
That's it, yeah. So yeah, still ways to go. The sun is still shining here in the desert, on board with Fabiano Cramashi. So he's gone an hour and 20 minutes this stage, on board the Racing Heart Italia car, and actually, just like say, this could be a time for a driver change, so to try and get the jump on Pair in the SRG Team 4 car. So this could be a tactical switch for Racing Heart Italia, who just want to try and gain as many positions as they can. They're not in contention for a top 5 result in the LMP2, so we'll head all the way into the pits to see how he gets on. That could be a long enough hold, but we'll double check if that is going to switch the cars and drivers around. And now we'll return to this contentious battle for second in hypercar. Chris Davis wants to catch back up to Pointo. we'll see if Quentin is going to be in any trouble for that incident with the Bentley. But now this is a much better run for Davis on board for a GT3 battle. It's Simoes for Carver 8, and he's taking on Morabia's Da Silva. So Daniel Varela da Silva has to try and put the blockers in here. It's an Aston Martin, I think, is the number 88 car. So a few advantages, I think, on show today. So lovely to see a rare car like the Bentley. Oh, sorry, it's a BMW. Beg your pardon, it's a BMW on board. So I apologise. Yeah, I think there might be an Aston somewhere on the grid, but I'm not sure if I've seen it very often. So my mistake. The 364 Porsche, very fetching multicolour livery on the white base. Has to try and put in the defence here, but Simoes going to go for the attack.
I've got to say, Simoes has got a lot of momentum. We've seen the big BMWs are able to go late on the anchors compared to the Porsches, but when Daniel gets a drive out of the corner like he's done with his Marlboro Porsche, that 365, the 992 going and absolutely blistering through the corners, and you can see the BMW just closing up on the anchors, a little bit more stable into hard braking zones, but just not getting the drive out of the corners. The frustration of seeing that car slowly pull away from you every time. You're having to work out what's going to be the advantage here. How are you going to gain that little bit of momentum? And Daniel needing to just give it everything he's got, hanging on for everything he's got. Here comes, that is one of the LMP2 cars that's slotted in between them. And you can see how close the battles actually become when there is no still, there is no point of sticking in close to that fight. And you can see Sandero going and backing off a little bit, allowing a bit of space just in case, and immediately going back onto the attack of Daniel. So Daniel had to watch out once again. A bit of a late lunge from the LMP2, but that may have been enough. Sandero tried to go and capitalize on that mistake of Daniel, who had to really move out of the way, but just couldn't quite get it all hooked in. The SRG hypercar also making short work of them on the far left, blasting by. We're getting to see a huge amount of cars just getting in the mix between the 6th and 7th position GT3, and this is frustrating because no matter where you go, every time you look to try and gain that 0.2 of a second on the competition, you suddenly have a prototype going and passing or being around you. And it's like, guys, just give us a break, please.
Yeah, I'm afraid those pleas will land on deaf ears. It's all systems go for the hypercars and the other prototypes in LMP2 class because they've got points to win. It's a brand new season. Everyone starts on the bottom with 0. There was one of the LMP2s in pit lane. He's now dropped out of the top 5. But we'll check that out. But yeah, oh, there we go. There's another hypercar just blasting in, ready to take the spotlight. And Simoes misses breaking point just a little bit there. And I think Rhino behind them could be closing in, knowing that there's another half a second. So the onboard shot on the Carburate car may not be ideal, as we have now the Grow Racing Team Golds, the leaders of that organization. They're in the frames as well. There's a Merc now. So we have a three-way battle between 3 different manufacturers, and it is an admirable battle there. Morabia's car still in the lead of this gaggle. They've yet to yield so far. Carburate just holding on as best they can. We have another one of the other SRTs, I think, come through to the lap. Yeah, we'll see how they get on. It shouldn't be too much of an ordeal. The SRG, yeah, there we go. The SRG now through.
And it's gone and compromised Daniels, and someone is also getting a little bit out of shape. That has allowed Grow Racing Team Gold to get in. 3 German manufacturers in one shot. Porsche, BMW, and Merc under braking. You can see that BMW late on the anchors, diving the nose into the ground, just trying to get the drive. Moraba, Carver, and Grow Racing are all over the back of one another, fighting out left, right, and center. And here comes another one of the hypercars that hopefully will get them on the straight to make short work of it. Otherwise, we're going to see a little bit of frustration going in for the drivers, and SRG just blasting past, I think doing all three of our GT3s a favor. Everyone's saying, oh, thank heavens, finally you passing us on a straight and not into a corner.
Right, Jar. Another LMP2, I think, has come in for a pit stop. And now, here we go. I think that's the Porsche SRG car trying to make its way through. So there we are. Team 2, I think that is a bit further down the order, but SRG Team 1, the 24 car, leads the overall race past lap 50 at this point, lap 51 of 186. Still plenty of racing still to come. And yeah, we're not even at the third of the way there. Plenty more action to come. Carburet racing still within that precious gap. He may be tempted to go for it into 5, 6, and 7. Possibly landing the final blow into turn 8 if he can get to secure gap and the momentum. Now he decides to back out a little bit. Could be worth letting these cars by. The LMP2s both trying to get through. They've slowed each other down, trying to get past the gold edition of the Grow Racing Team, yes, of course. So the Grow Racing Team gold, it's just a real struggle to let everyone through. The Carburet is now flashing lights and watching for the Morabia's movements. So there you go, 2 of the LMP2s are now ahead. There's a hypercar in the background too. So it's just never-ending stress here, Stephen.
For taking a look, I think there may have been the light contact, side-on contact with the Porsche and the LMP2 car as they made their way through. It looked very, very close, as it does look like this is going to be a bit of a rough one, as the GT3s, nowhere to go. I mean, the Grow Racing has been just hanging on for dear life. Every time we get closer, they suddenly have a car blasting into it. It is just getting a bit wild. I mean, absolutely great stuff. It is going to be a monumental fight for it. I mean, this is a battle of note. But Rodriguez, our play team, is chasing down of Ricardo, running in 6th position. These two were fighting out. They went and split that GT3 field left and right to try and get past. But we are getting a little bit of information from the pits that the drivers are really starting to dial up the wick here, and a little bit concerned of the prototypes making some late moves on the GT3, so just having to keep an eye on it. But we do see that is a Mercedes that has now gotten past. The Grow Racing Team has stepped it up and got both GT3s, Morab and Carburet, going and dropping down. Grow Racing Team taking a great advantage there, but let's see if the Carburet's going to try go around the outside, not able to get it all booked in, and having to just wait it out as Morab doing everything possible to try and hold that place.
It's going to be door to door. The moment has come. Carburet, they're just back to where they started, and now Morabia have been shuffled to the back of this three-way battle. So incredible opportunistic driving from the Grow Racing Team Gold 289 car. That is outstanding, just to get the jump on both of these competitors. But yeah, it's a bit of a no-win situation there for Carburet. They're just back to where they started, and there we go. We'll just have to sit back and admire what we've seen. Yeah, BMW settles in back to where it was. RKT competition and LMP2 have come into the pits for their second stop. The Bentley still going after that earlier accident, and none of the blame goes to the Bentley. It was just doing what it could. It's Sim Racing P2, the number 46, inherits 5th place in the LMP2 class at the moment. And then just a quote has been provided to us from Kevin Goya, who was driving the number 66 Ferrari for FCT. The situation was that caused the car to blow up was the gearing. He made a mistake with his gear change. He went too low to keep up with a GT3 and broke the engine, setting it on fire. So that's a big shame, but we do appreciate the direct feedback from the pits, as the disappointed FCT team are out of today's race. And the penalty there to Berto in LMP2. Perhaps he was the one caught speeding after just being in the pits a moment ago, Stephen. And cars wide, that's a GT3 pair. a BMW, a gold BMW. That could be the Raptor car. I think number 2 Raptor could be in trouble there. We'll have to double check that. Yeah, the Raptor Virtual Racing BMW had made a mistake and caught up with a Ferrari, perhaps. Yeah, that's the. Oh, beg your pardon. It's the G League Esports Academy team. So they are 13th in the class. Number. Oh, it's the G League. Yeah, it is the Raptor Virtual Racing car number 2. Yeah, so yeah, my mistake. I had it correct and I uncorrect myself. So yeah, we're definitely getting all built up here, Stephen. So yeah, lots going on there, and hopefully those cars can pick up again after some sort of mishap.
I think they're trying to get a little bit of life back into those tires, because once you get sideways, you go flat spot the tires and you're having to just try and get it. But the pits is getting a little bit busy out there for all our drivers that are starting to pit out of sequence. And now this is something we did expect to see a little bit later into the race, out of sequence pitting. And it does make life a little bit more interesting as we see Rodriguez doing everything he can, really going late into the brakes and just bleeding it off a little bit early, flat out of turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and is just keeping in the tow as fast as he can. A quick spike on the brakes, and I've got to say, a trail braking really, really well done for Rodriguez at the moment, who is putting on a phenomenal effort, but just can't get past at the moment. The weather at the moment is getting, well, it's looking all good as it seems. It does look like LMP2 is trying to get past one of the McLarens, and Rodriguez having to dive around the outside. That's cost him a fair amount of time, but he's trying to take the most ideal racing line on the way through. Temperatures at the moment sitting at 27 degrees. The humidity has picked up though, so that is a bit of a concern. That may change the way that you're going and pushing the engines to the limit. So you got to be well aware of it, as we can see Rodriguez doing everything he can, snapping left and right, hoping to try and get that in position, and is not having the easiest time over the curbs, really battling to just try and get that past. The play team must be up against the seats as they do see Rodriguez tries to go for the overtake, couldn't get it all done, and has to wait it out just that little bit longer.
Well, yeah, the chance to strike is definitely here. Play team with Rodriguez definitely has a lot of desire to make this pass, and there's a chance here they're going to get slipstream from the Porsche, the 58 car. And there we go. They'll make sure they're well out of the way. But yeah, this is crucial stuff now. Play team want to really make themselves stand up and make the other competitors notice. And there we go, we get right in the back. The spoiler is going to be shaking. Oh, sliding around the track is Silvino. Let's see, or Silvino. Let's see, is there the inside line of turn 4 open for an attack? It's coming. No, it's thwarted away now. One of the other GT3s is going to have to move aside. It is the Ferrari now. Oh, that's unfortunate. Rodriguez is going to lose a little bit of his flow, but it's not the end of the world here. And then one of the other LMP2s, don't think that's for positioning, maybe blue flag orders. One of the rear-facing LMP2s in the class. Rodriguez has a chance to get right back alongside again after turn 10. It's going to be a double slipstream coming. Flash of the rear lights there. There's one car through. And then the respect shown for the second overtake. And, yeah, this battle could be similar to what we saw in GT3 a moment ago with the Grow team, who benefited with quick thinking. We'll see if Rodriguez can do something similar.
It's trying to carry the momentum through every step of the way, going through the gears as quick as possible. Got to be very cautious in these late lunges. He's trying to carry that bit of momentum late on the brakes, and just bleeding off a tad early to try and close up that gap. Unfortunately, just not able to get onto the back. Was really tempted, was trying his best, but ran out of room. Every time he gets right there for an attack, he just has the door closed on him. The play team are going to have to be communicating to him, saying, okay, we understand you're in a bit of a push mode here. You're going to have to just try and maybe follow for a little bit, try and force a mistake by just hanging in the mirrors instead of going on the attack. But maybe Rodriguez has actually pulled the plug out of his comms and said, right, leave me alone. I know what I'm doing here, to quote Kimi Raikkonen, as he is not backing down from the fight. These two drivers for the LMP2s, now bear in mind, these cars don't have ABS. They don't have stuff to stop the brakes from locking up, so you got to be so cautious as he tries to go around the outside. A little bit of side-on contact. This has gone from prototype racing to DTM racing, and I'm talking about old DTM or touring cars. He loses it. He holds it beautifully, but what we are witnessing here is not prototype racing. This is touring car. This is on the limit of one another. And wow, both putting in an immense fight. But take a look how Rodriguez actually closed up that gap just in his braking. So makes up that little bit of time, but the defense has to go to 5th position at the moment. That has been rock solid. That has been an absolute iron fortress of a defense.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. But I suppose the saving grace there was the spin to a near standstill before he could carry on. It took place at turn 10 rather than turn 11, which is a medium to high speed corner. So yeah, thank goodness both cars could carry on in their contest for 5th in class. But now we can see Marabia. They have the number 364 car. They're in a duel with number 555, Amancio Paquez for Racing Club Laertes. So this is a straight fight in equal machinery, as opposed to what we saw with the 3 different German manufacturers going to have a battle. Paquez, he's got to watch out. There's going to be just fractions in that. Both cars had to kind of tuck in and avoid the vibrations from that glance off the LMP2, but thankfully they're both okay. And down the inside at turn 13, Paquez, he's given up the position. He's gone back. So now Eduardo Cunha has charged up in the BMW and has a look here. So I'm not exactly sure what I saw, Stephen. It's a slowdown, and Cunha for United Sim Racing has made the attack on the outside line. Now he's merged back in behind, as I suppose the traction is really up for debate in these cars. They're not able to put the power down as they should, and definitely a breath of relief there as the Porsche gets away with one. So we'll see if this carries on as normal. So yeah, Marabia, definitely the big winners here, but head-to-head for 9th and 10th in the class. Cunha, is it finally done here? Has he made the move? Watching out for those LMP2s coming. There's one past, and now the other. Now the Ferrari is that a contest here for position. The fetching orange and blue.
It is.
Yes, Malbron for FSM in the 26, or FSIM. They're all here in a big group.
This has become a very interesting time. The 488 versus the Porsche 991. And the BMW just managing to get the run in. I mean, this is turning into wild moments for the GT3 cars, because no matter where they go, as we do see the F-Sim Racing by one move, losing out that little bit of time, goes for the pass though, dives in on the inside, drag race on the way through. Can he get ahead of the Racing Club? It's going to be late on the brakes. Who's going to be late of the last breakers? And it does look like it may be the F-Sim, just as the Porsche gets unsteady under braking, has the rear snapping out underneath him. And oh my heavens, if you want to talk about heart and mouth moments, well, this is what we come to expect from the 1,000 kilometer series. And the 1,000 kilometers of Bahrain has been the start of the series. I've got to say, anyone that is still hanging on the edge of their seats, well, you can join me in standing up, because this is a monumental fight. Start to finish, wherever you look on the circuit, no team has got an easy run through this.
Certainly not, Stephen. They're working ever so hard. We're heading towards the 33% mark in the duration of the race in terms of the hypercars ticking the laps down, but down the inside, Cunha going for Da Silva again. No, he decides to back out for putting those rear tires under stress. And again, Malbron This is Thibaut Malbrun, Cyril Malbrun drives that car as well, so it could be a family affair. In the number 26 Ferraris, another hypercar Ferrari is coming through, or is that Porsche? Beg your pardon, that's Porsche. So they're going to have to be yielded. So now 4 cars, all in the same class, are trying to have their battle, but now, yeah, more hypercars just want to be guided through safely. The Alf team, I think, in the Ferrari is coming through, number 60. And then we can see the timing tower has switched to the change of positions. So compared to qualifying, the hypercars top 5 is stable. Alpha Racing Team number 43 have fought their way up to the lead, but of course number 34 starting on pole should be able to potentially get that back on strategy later on. GT3, it's a super run for the 206 Boyd Transport Racing car, gaining 4 positions thus far, but yeah, of course everybody could be on slightly different strategies at the moment. So oh, that's gonna go backwards, big spin,
Contact!
the number 99. Oh heavens, that's
That's
close.
second contact.
Oh,
2 contacts. That's United Sim Racing, Clipping Racing Club, and then the Merc on the way through. I mean, that is the only thing I could hear there, unfortunately, when I saw the Merc go into the wall, I just heard Mortal Kombat fatalities play through my head. That was a hard smack into the wall, and oh, that is a Porsche also trying to pull it back. So for United Sim Racing, they've had a turmoil event there. The nose and the rear taking a bit of a beating on that BMW, but it does look like the Porsche waggling its tail around, trying to get it going. So they're trying to feel what the car is going on. I mean, this is a difficult part with not only multi-class racing, but close racing. When you get into that nose-to-tail racing, you have that risk that one mistake, one crucial error, it may be of no fault of your own, can be the race decider for you. So you've got to be so cautious onto it as we check the drivers all pushing as hard as they can. The big Bentley, I've got to say, got to say, one up to the Bentley being out there, but Jeffrey Bronze and the OSR 3 really battling out. He's in 15th position, trying to make up a fair amount of time, as we do see the SRG, but that really shows the difference between the hypercar and the GT3, how quick those hypercars blink into existence and blink out of existence for the GT3. I mean, he's long since gone. He's checked out of the fight between the GT3. So if you can get them past you, you don't have to worry too much. But the moment that they're sitting in between the GT3s as a hypercar, you're getting all that aero wash from the GT3s, that dirty air bouncing the car up and down, taking that grip from underneath you, and you're having to battle to get the traction. That slows you down. Then the GT3s that are behind you also battle as well. I mean, it's a negative effect from start to finish between all the cars, so you need to battle through. But I've got to say, the spotters in these teams must be working overtime at the moment.
Oh, definitely, yeah. There's so much work to be done. You have to put your faith into your spotters, and they have to stick with you as best they can. And you'll definitely see it now. Jeffrey Brinis has to be yielded there for a moment in the 21, but I just saw a little pop-up. Bruno Rhino in the number 289 has been given a penalty of some description. I'm not sure exactly what for, but that's a big blow to the Grow Gold team. And now the number 21 is definitely a bit frisky at the moment. Jeffrey Brinis is doing everything he can to stay in touching distance of that Bentley. It's going to be a tough lap here, but hopefully those tires stay intact and nothing goes wrong. Oh, we've got a hypercar spinning in a dangerous position, getting in the way of the Bentley. So the Bentley's cursed to turn 10 no matter what it does. So there's just some sort of hypercar shenanigans causing that team problems. But there we go, the hypercar can get back into a straight line. But yeah, race control will be watching for that, and they may consider a very dangerous rejoin. So there may be a caution to say that was unfair on the GT3 car. You shouldn't have done that.
A bit of a wag of the fingers. Jeffrey goes for the send, gets the position done and dusted, And I'm wondering if that little bit of a clip has done enough to just help him out there, as we do see the hypercars going past. It's one of the SRG teams getting by, and Tuna getting a penalty now. So that is going to be a bit of a hurting effort, as the penalties are rolling in thick and fast from our stewards and Clark, of course. I mean, this is turning into a bit of a moment for the racing, because these penalties all stack up towards the end of the race. It all takes into it. So remember the penalty you scored now, because at the end of the race, it's going to be felt as Jeffrey goes for a bit of a lunge on the LMP2 and have to really climb on the anchors. I mean, this is getting a bit wild. And for a GT3, it's a little bit hard to slow down a 1.1 ton car compared to the LMP2. So it's sitting at about 700 kilograms. I mean, this is, you've got a piece of lead getting thrown into a corner as fast as possible and hoping it sticks. And the LMP2s are, well, if you get a poor drive, it's going to make life a little bit more on the interesting side.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, as the race goes on, the brakes will be put to the test, potentially wearing down a little bit. We had Jeffrey Brinnis making good progress on this lap after the previous struggles. He can now see another bright yellow GT3 in the way. Oh, a little bit of a tank slapper, but that's okay. So yeah, the only real change in class leadership, it's Orloff in the Alpha Racing Team 2 car ahead of the number 34, 1 second splitting those two. So that should be fascinating to watch. Yeah, the hypercar lead is down to about 4.5 seconds, so not as one-sided as it was before, but yeah, really important to see the close racing for the top honours. Brinnis is doing what he can to close another position down later in the stint, if he can at all, possibly. So, I've seen another, I think there must be a faster GT3 coming by. He wouldn't have been so generous if that was a genuine fight for position. So yeah, we are ticking down the laps now. It's lap 63 for the lead hypercar. These GT3s probably a dozen laps down at this stage. They're definitely coming thick and fast, or maybe 8 laps down at the front with the class leader in the 17. So yeah, all going on, and it's far from over.
That was a bit of a rollout of the carpet, open the door after you, dear sir, type of moment. But I've got to say, I'm noticing something from this onboard, and call me a little bit skeptical, but I'm seeing a bit of change here. Shadows are being cast a little bit longer around the circuit. The sun reflection is getting a little bit more hectic. I think we're starting to get a little bit into a stage where drivers are getting the sun in their eyes, the brake markers are starting to fade into the shadows and into the reflections, and now it is getting a little bit tricky, as it was a Mercedes sandwich, and Jeffrey having to try and figure out where to go. He's on the attack at the moment, but a couple of the faster GT3s making short work of him, but turning into an easy effort as he slides his way around. So I think the change in day is now starting to play a monumental effect for the drivers out there. Take us through a bit of an idea of what are the drivers going to be feeling at this stage of the race. The sun's starting to set, the shadows are getting a bit longer. What's going to be happening to the drivers that are fighting it out in these conditions?
Yeah, definitely. The calculations in their minds, they know what distance they have to do, but visibility, it's always difficult, whether it be day or night time, but certainly in the long shadows of evening and dusk, they can be among the most challenging for a racing driver to put up with. And we'll see now the big BMW has to go head-to-head with Alves's Alpha GP Ferrari towards the back of the GT3 queue with an LMP2 trying to get through. Oh, it's a huge shake there just to stay in a straight line there, Stephen. So yeah, as the track cools down a little bit, it's not too noticeable right now, but as it begins to cool, you definitely will notice traction can be tricky in places, and we saw it there with the faster LMP2 car. So yeah, definitely the visibility can be tricky. um, coping with the different temperatures. That's also a factor, but yeah, definitely what they've got to do is just hanging in there. It's been a tough slog so far, but when you can really start to feel the benefits of maybe getting a new driver on board, they can use the information the first driver has provided, then yeah, it can be a chance for opportunity. But yeah, you've just got to stay calm because of how tricky it can be, and the fight will be very, very much on the minds as they try to overcome that bit of fatigue now.
Well, I've got to say, some close racing and even our grandstands coming alive. Everyone going and supporting. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining us so far. It has been a crazy, crazy fight thus far in the race for the 1,000 kilometer series. This is round one, the Bahrain 1,000 kilometer, and it is turning into a bit of a wild one. But once again, we would like to see what you guys are saying out there on social media. Go and hashtag RFRO and also hashtag 1,000 kilometers. Let us know what's happening out there in the world, where you're watching from, which team you're supporting, and which car. We got a multitude of different vehicles out there. Whether you're a big fan of GT3s, you like the Mercedes AMG GT3, or do you prefer the McLaren 720S, maybe the new BMW M4 GT3, or you like the Porsche 991, maybe showing a bit of love to the dear old Bentley that's out there on track. I mean, that's the grandfather of the GT3 cars that are currently out on circuit. But also for our prototype fans out there, so much has gone on. LMP2 class has been an up and down fight all the way through. I mean, first and second separated by 1.5 seconds. If that tells you anything, it is being into a great race on the way through. But also our LMH, the first time they're coming out and racing here, season 5, and so far put on a great show. One, putting in a spectacular qualifying time for the SRG team, going and really setting the bar rather high, but also being the very first car to go up in, having one of our LMHs going and up in smoke because the gearing went a little bit wrong. I mean, this is how the race has turned. This is how it's flipped on its head. This is motorsport at its finest, and I've got to say, we've gone and seen all types of racing in an endurance race. We have seen some of the closest racing, which you can compare it to touring cars. You can see a bit more of a cautious approach that we've seen in the world of endurance racing. But every single one of these sim races, the best in the world, all coming together to duke it out door to door. And we are getting to see some of the finest racing out there, as we do have a bit of a battle going on. It's side by side. The McLaren diving up on the inside of the BMW. Can he get it done? Nope. Unfortunately, having to back out of it, but keeping right up against the rear end of that BMW. Frustration must be starting to build, but the sun's starting to set on the deserts of Bahrain at the moment. And I can tell you it's a bit wild here. Even in the commentary booth, it's just everyone standing on the edge of their seat, waiting to see what's going to happen and what's next during the course of this race.
Yeah, and what's next is an overtake for Alpha GP. They are through with the Ferrari against the Niza Esport primary BMW. The Academy car had a big crash at the beginning of the race, and I don't think it made it very much further. So it's up to the 97 car to fight for honours. I'm going to see if the driver behind the wheel can make a fight of this, but they're going to be pulled over with the LMP2 coming. Yeah, watch the mirrors, don't merge to the middle of the track and cause a distraction. And then the Alpha GP car should realize the same thing. So advantage for the Brazilian team over Niza Esport from France. But they'll stay in a battle as best they can. So let's see how they get on.
It's going to be an incredible run, nose to tail on the way through, and Alpha GP not completely out of the woodwork yet, as the BMW is constantly hunting down, seeing where he can try and get by. Where's that kink in the armor of the Alpha GP McLaren 720S at the moment? As they're knocking on the door saying, hey, listen, just one mistake. That's all we need. One simple mistake to make or break this race. As you can see, our LMP2 is trying to get past as quick as possible. Everyone having to be cautious. Lights starting to come on and set ablaze, and you can see how bright those lights are now becoming off the LMP2 car, and that tells you how the dusk, how those shadows are playing into it. And when you start having that constant flash, that going into dark and daylight, your eyes having to adjust for that very problem. A lot of these sim races, they tend to race in a darker room, tend to close out the curtains, race in the darker room, just to keep things as consistent as possible. But for those that are a little bit in their lounge or in the bedrooms with the curtains open, depending on where you are in the parts of the world, you may be going in from the morning to afternoon, or even from afternoon to evening, or evening into morning. It's going to have that sort of effect as well. We've got to take that into mind. Some of these drivers may have not have gotten the best of rest before this race due to the nerves being on the right at the end. I mean, this is going to be a race of nutrition for every single one there. And where we thought there was going to be an absolute halt, well, Team Iris of the LMH taking that top spot away from SRG for the LMHs. So there's been a change of position for first of the LMHs. And it looks like the SRG Team 1 actually dropping back quite a bit. But we're still keeping a very close eye on the GT3s as the Alpha GP is absolutely brawling it out there to try and keep it in check and not having an easy time.
Yeah, good spot there, Stephen, to see the Team Iris have taken the lead of the overall race. And there's one of the SRGs coming through to lap Alpha GP as well. So yeah, SRG are unique in that in the hypercar class they picked one car to drive a Ferrari, and the other two are in Porsches. So they have all the possible data they could ask for in a hypercar class. And now door to door, this is a fight back here for Nisa Esports. They're down the inside and they've got their position back. Lovely stuff there. So nice, respectful competition here. Nisa Esport and the 97 have their move completed. So it's back to square one for the Leandro Simoes and Leonardo Alves team. So I think Simoes has taken the car from the beginning of the race, and we'll see how they get on. And there's another Ferrari in the background there, or behind the McLaren. So yeah, that should be really fascinating to see how they get on. Here we go. This looks a great launch. So it could be the Ferrari's quicker. Or is that for position as well? We'll have to see. So that's a simple enough pass, taking the certainly picking the pocket there, just getting straight down the inside of turn 8, and that was a great handy enough pass there for position.
I'm gonna take a little bit of a gamble here. I'm not a gambling person, but I'm gonna take a gamble. SRG Team 1. They were losing lots of time to Team Iris on the way. I was watching the timing tower, and they were dropping a second to 2 seconds, 30 seconds, 4 seconds. They were going down badly. RFRO SimSport Tourist actually taking that second place. But I think SRG Team 1 had a mistake. They've got a bit of damage on that car, and depending on how long they're in the pits, will be the telltale sign of it, whether they have got a problem, whether there was a single mistake that has taken that Team 1 out of the contention of the top 5. So I'm a bit curious there for the SRG Team 1. Did something go wrong with that car that we have missed on the broadcast? Was there a mistake for the Ferrari? That, you got to remember, that was the 24 car. That was first in qualifying. That was the fastest car out there, and it dropped like a brick in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it could very well have been a mistake of some description. I'm not sure what it could have been, but we'll have to investigate and see what could be going on. So now an LMP2 comes into the pits, and yeah, we'll see now. Yeah, the LMP2 is probably in their next pit window. So the top 3 all coming in at the same time. So Alpha Racing Team 1 and 2, the 43 and the 34, as well as Racing Heart Italia's second car there, the number 122, counting down the seconds there on the LED screen, counting up I suppose, but they'll be counting down in their minds to wait until it's time to go. And then you can see some of the cars have retired from the race thus far. There we are, just out of the GT3s, not able to continue.
One of it
See
is
if there's going to be any battles. Go ahead, Stephen.
That's one of the Nevis cars, the BMW, that took an absolute hit early on. It's a bit rough to see it now. I do have some of the penalties that have been handed out, and it's a couple of drive-throughs that were handed out in the early stages of the race, starting with the 28 car getting a drive-through. Second, then the 36 car got a drive-through. I mean, this has been a bit of a rough one for some of the drivers. We've so far seen 4 drive-throughs during the course of this race, and that's never a thing you want to have. Unfortunately, it does also mean our stewards have been rather busy, and for teams, that changes up your whole strategy as well, whether you're able to carry that fuel to the end. Are you going to go a little bit later? But I mean, just taking a look out our commentary box window, it's absolutely great to see there's another flag out there for the Carbonate Racing. Lots of support going for the Carbonate Racing at the moment. I mean, this is what we love to see. The crowds are even getting excited here, because not only us in the commentary box are going and having nail-biting racing and looking at all the information that's passed around and trying to communicate with everyone, but also just the spectators. We got to love this of spectators joining in the virtual grandstands. T Ferreira landing up with a penalty as well. Not ideal situations.
Yeah, so that's the number 60 Alf team, the hypercar class there. So that's probably down the order at the moment for them. Disappointment, I'm sure, but they can hopefully overcome that penalty. We'll hopefully get the update is exactly what it was. Concept Motorsport had a brief turn in the lead in LMP2. They've come into the pits now, since it's the pit window for LMP2. So Play Team number 10 have a go in first position now. There are hashtags for social media once again. Hashtag RFRO or hashtag 1000KM. Now there's a look at the 26th car, I think it is, in GT3. Yeah, there it is. Malbrun for FSim, who's trying to gain on Rhino for Raw Racing Team Gold. We saw some amazing just quick thinking from the number 289 car earlier in the race, so they'll we sort of use that as a flashpoint just to think back now that it's their turn to defend. And I think the lapped Raw Racing Team regular car, the number 298, is probably just a little bit ahead of these two. So blue flags will be out in just a moment for Raw Racing Team's second car. So you can just see, I think, similar enough livery between the two. Just, yeah, it's pretty much identical, apart from maybe a gold stripe on the outline for the number 289, currently on screen in 7th, and then a silver for the Raw Racing Team, number 298. So there we go, you can see them both now before, and then P2 is coming very quickly. So Thibaut Malbrun has to be the first to watch in his mirrors to see that the faster car is coming on the start finish straight. Stay where you are, no problem at all, and both drivers can mutually get on with their evenings now, as the sun is definitely starting to set a bit more and more now. Bruno watching and waiting to see what he can do now. Stay in the middle of the track to let the faster car by. That's all good. But now the third car on screen, 18th in class, you can just see on the panel, there you go, on the LED, it's 18th in class, so they should be ready to move aside for all of these cars, Stephen. So we should have a bit of tactical play. I'm sure the teammates have to be communicating nice and early to make sure they don't block Bruno's progress, because Thibaut Malbrun here is going for it now. He's ready to see if there's an opening.
Tries to look around, but you can see how he's just having to go a little bit later on the braking around the outside. Thibaut having to do everything he can. The Ferrari 488 just having a little bit more traction. Bruno having to go very defensive. The Grow Racing Team Gold having to get a little bit elbows out, and here comes one of the SRG LMDHs. This is the Porsche going after the back of him, and it's going to be battling out. That is the 32 car that's trying to carve his way through, but has he opened up a bit of a gap for Tibat to get past? No, Bruno managing just to hold, but not this time. Couldn't get in for the double apex. Ferrari getting ahead of Mercedes, but has he got the drive? Switches over to the fringes of the circuit, runs him out to the fringes. Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of words there, but on the brakes, Bruno trying to come back at him. And I think if there's going to be whispers towards the team here, Tibat is in a little bit of a wrong spot for this little fighters, trying to snap the toe at the moment. Going and moving left to right, saying, come on, get out of the toe. I need my teammate to get onto the back of it. But Bruno has to go for a bit of a lunge as he tries to go for it. But goes on the inside, carries the momentum through. And it was almost just pushing past his own teammate there. Was carrying all the way through into turn one. And I think Bruno just leaned on the Ferrari as much as possible. Like, okay, if we're going to get past, we need to make quick work of this, because here comes the SRG Porsche right past. Once again, that is another one of the SRGs that is making his way through. But that is, I think that's team 2, the number 28 car that's just gotten past him. But Bruno, I'm sure, is saying a few words at the moment after getting pushed to the fringes.
Without a doubt, yeah, to get you know, the rule book out, you can make one defensive move, but you have to stick to it, whereas you're not meant to weave, you're not really meant to guide someone off the track. So we'll see if the race control have something to say about that. So very you know, bitterly contested battle now. So we'll see how they get on, as 2 LMP2s need to be allowed through, and let them on their merry way. This is a Grow Racing team. The shoes on the other foot, as they were earlier on, absolutely on the spot, ready to benefit with 2 overtakes in quick succession when we saw the BMW carburate. They were stuck behind for so long, and then the Mercedes made it through. So yeah, that's fascinating to watch. But now the Ferrari has got the move done. And be pleased with that. The F-Sim team. We have Play Team coming into the pits, so their alternate duration on their tires and fuel. They come into the pits, so RKT competition. Number 72, they jump into the lead of the class. And there we go. That should be handy enough. And there we go. It's second place for the 122 car, Racing Heart Italia 2. See the Alpha Racing team, we saw them dominating the first portion of the race, so they'll be hoping that they're 1 and 2. The Russian team, Alpha Racing, both Russian teams. We'll see how they get on in their fight back to regain first and second.
Well, I just got a bit of information. We saw that Ferreira got a penalty, and that was because the number 58 car landed up, and that's one of our GT cars getting a little bit of a knock from the number 60. That is the Elf Reka team. That's that's the Elf LMP, the LDMH car, the Ferrari 499P, number 60, landing up with a drive-through for multiple contacts up against the number 58 car. And that has been noted. That was against the 58 Porsche 911 GT3 of Miguel Cardosa and Diego Silva.
Yeah, so more and more battles taking place now. So yeah, on board with Alves for the time being, down 16th in the class. Yeah, so he's gonna neat and tidy through turn 1. Now turn 2 should be similar story, getting right on the curbs. Done. So it's still bright and sunny, but there we go. One of the hypercars is allowed by, and there we go. Just a brief hang up there, but it seems to be okay. So we're just following along with the McLaren, looking good so far on this lap. Let's see what else it can muster on this lap.
I've got to say we've got confirmation, and absolutely it's a gut-wrenching one that we got confirmation the number 24, the SRG Team 1 Ferrari 499P that started in pole position has now retired out of the race. The fastest in qualifying had a problem that became detrimental and has retired them out of the race. I mean, that is a monstrous blow for the SRG team of Gilman Ragot, Kevin Morville, and Kevin Strugler, who were for majority of this race leading the LMH race. I mean, that is a gutting blow.
Oh, it is without a doubt. That is really a horrendous blow to the team. So excited for months to try out the brand new hypercars, and they did the job in qualifying for pole position, and then it's all vanished on them. We didn't see it on the stream, unfortunately, but it's totally caught up. Or it's certainly altered the fate of the hypercar class. And now the Team Iris have the lead, the number 87 team. They were second place for quite a while. Now they have a chance to lead. 32 seconds clear of RFRO SimSport as of right now. So it's a pretty one-sided affair in the hypercars, but yeah, to lose the Paul Sitter car is doing a stellar job. Really, really hard to see that. And I hope they're back next month better than ever.
Yeah, I've got to say, as much as it's a bit of a pain that you're out of the race, I'm sure that the drivers and the entire team have switched focus for the rest of the SRG team, because they've got two other cars that are still in the race. So as much as it's you're out of the race, there's going to be the thought process of, okay, put your head in it, let's see how we can help our sister teams to try and close up that gap. But this is what endurance racing is. We noted that the SRG Team 1 started dropping off quite rapidly, and unfortunately the confirmation of retirement tells the tale. But the drivers are now starting to feel that little bit more of what they need to do. The race is becoming a bit more real, that no one is invincible. The team that deemed invincible, that put in the fastest lap time, that got faster and faster and faster, the first of the top cars, the one that was leading majority of the race, suddenly that's all changed. I mean, let's take a look. Even our LMP2's RKT competition has put themselves back into first place. Remember last season 4, they were first in qualifying. They had to battle it out. They are now for season 5, the first race, they are into first place, 19 seconds clear of Racing Hard 2. United Sim Racing GT, who have been slugging it out this entire race, finally clear of AJR home at Portugal, 26 seconds. But take a look at third place, the 58 that has had a problem. Remember, it got double contact by the number 60 car. It obviously hasn't affected them too much, because they are 0.9 of a second on AJR, so they are really vying to try and take that second place before the next pit stops.
Yeah, and speaking of pit stops, you can see RKT competition have the car in the pits for LMP2, and I think Boyd Transport had their car drop out of the top 5 since it needs its service done. And now you can see there's SRG Team 2, number 28. I think they're out of the race, so we've lost half of our hypercars, so just 4 are remaining on track. So SRG, it gets worse and worse for them. They've lost 2 cars now, so the 28 is gone, and that number 24 we discussed is gone too. So the attrition rate for these brand new cars is very, very high. So we're down to just 4 of them. So it's very unusual, to say the least.
I'm thinking a lot of the teams are going to be getting some parts from the factory, a revision 2, if one can say, to try and get their way through. But this does make it a little bit easier for the bottom classes, LMP2 and GT3, which do have a lot of competitors amongst them. They don't have too many of these fast hypercars coming past them and blitzing them at the moment. Does open up the field a little bit, and you can actually see it on track. It's not as busy as it once was. Everyone's finding their own little pocket of fresh air to work their way through. But this does start to rein in a bit of concern for the SRG team, they're going to be taking a look and going, maybe we got a bit of a problem here, folks, as we've got one more car left in the fight. But everyone in the LMH is starting to take a note and probably starting to ask around in the pits, what has been the problem? What's happening to these cars? Is it a temperature issue that's coming in that they have to be aware of? Coming off the power a little bit, maybe thrashing a little bit too hard? Is it the brakes that's starting to give? Is it this working through GT3 cars that bend a little bit easier than planned? They're going to be asking around, and the teams are going to be passing this information, which may actually be useful. But Bro Sport Racing, who was down the order in our LMH, has now moved himself up into 5th place. So we're not down to 4 teams as yet. It still looks like we still have a good couple of LMH out there. For the SRG team, they're going to be sitting, scratching their heads going, what's going on with these cars? What can we do, and how can we move forward?
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, Bro Sport Racing jump into that gap left behind by SRG. So yeah, my correction there, it's actually 6 hypercars left, so about 50% attrition rate, maybe just below 50%. So yeah, the name of the game, as you said earlier on, Stephen, is to make it to the finish. It doesn't matter how far how far you have your speed and your lap time. If you can't make it to the end, it's not gonna pay off whatsoever. So yeah, we're down to 6 hypercars rather than, I made a mistake, rather than 4. So yeah, they're probably going to get into the pits right about now. You can see Carburet also in for service, about nearly a lap ahead of Bro Sport. So we'll see how they get on. Yeah, that's the crucial thing. Very competitive cars in hypercar out of the race. So yeah, you've got to stay in it, and you'll have your chance. So now we're watching the champions of GT3 class, rebranded as the 58 team. Then they are 3rd in class, just a second behind AJR Home Porter. So this is a big battle now. It could have ramifications for the season at large. Let's see how they get on. It's going to be very, very exciting to watch.
Well, they're going to have to really push through it all, really doing everything they can to stand on top of it. There's a lot of pressure put on. The target has been set, the rebrand, hoping to rejuvenate a little bit more life into it as they try and get a little bit more of a climb. It's the 58 all over the AJR home at Portugal, who's just keeping that little bit ahead, pushing that little bit harder, but not having an easy time out there as they fight their way on during the race. This is going to be a monumental climb for them all, but the 58 closing under braking little by little, starting to chip away into that gap, becoming more and more of a threat. A little bit of a touch on dirt, gets a bit unsteady, but hoping that that's going to be a little bit more road to straighten up the corners, carry maybe that extra 1 or 2 kilometers into the corner, and become a very viable threat for that 2nd place. They are in the tow, they're pulling themselves along. Can it be enough? AJR has got a serious problem at this point. The 58 is going to make this a little bit of a topsy-turvy event through the final corner, and now it's down the main straight, the longest straight to the circuit, and they have got the slipstream. They're close enough to make it work. There's an LMP2 that's going to come blasting past. Can they utilize the door that's going to be open into turn 1? They're going to go for it, but backs out of it. They've actually lost out a bit of time. Squirrely on the braking, though. Oh, that was properly close.
Yeah, well, the crucial thing was the brakes. They were a bit poorly on the Porsche that time, but it was enough to slow it down to avoid contact with that Ferrari. So yeah, the chance for the battle, it was potentially on there thanks to the LMP2 coming along and pushing on with its own race. But yeah, this is a really, really critical moments now. 58, their team. Yeah, they've been very patient. They hadn't had a chance to go for 2nd place in a long time on pure merit. They may have had it, of course, in the pit cycle, but they're really, really close now. Waiting and seeing what turn 10 can do. Is there going to be any slipping and sliding? No. We do have class leaders in the pits. So Team Iris now leading hypercar. They come in the pits from the lead. So RFRO Sim Sports they pitted a little bit earlier, so they'll close that gap right back down but it won't be enough to take the lead if Team Iris have uh, their uh, their tools in place and are ready to send the car back out in plenty of time. So Carburate in fourth and Pro Sport Racing in fifth, also in the pits. So long haul there for Carburate. Actually, they've gone only 4 minutes in the pits, so big repairs to that car, I think.
Now it's going to be a bit of work there, but we keep an eye on our GT3 battle as the 58 tried looking to get past, suddenly had an LMP2. That is the Phoenix team getting a quick overtake done and dusted, and the Ferrari instantly trying to get into the toe, pulling themselves along. AJR is using anything that's given to them to gain that little bit more momentum, that little bit more pace underneath them as they go hard onto the battle, as suddenly the LP dives into the inside. And, oh man, the 58 just every time looks to try gain that little bit more of a climb, loses out that bit of momentum, but is back onto AJR. But turn one is just becoming that Achilles heel, that bad luck, that rock in the shoe, if I can put it that way, for the 58 team.
Yeah, it's just remarkable to see them. They haven't had a chance to make that move. They've been getting closer and closer, but it's just not in the vocabulary of the AGR team to just yield and give up and try maybe win on pit strategy. They're going to defend with everything they've got. Again, one lap later, it was very close at turn 10. It's still similar enough. The cars are very stable. They are behaving well after recently coming into the pits. So Sinister Race Team in fourth, so they're in the pits now, so it can be a case of letting these two get on with it. They're well ahead of the now fourth place car number 289. They're halfway around the lap behind, so more than a minute really. So here we go, down the inside. Here's the move. They've been itching to have it. Maybe he's gone too deep. Yes, he has. No change of position just yet. Good tactical play there for AJR. They tempted the 58 into a dive bomb. Their send attempt was just too quick, and the car was not able to slow down in time. But they'll try again in turn one. I've no doubt about that, Stephen. Let's see how they get on. Watching out behind, of course, and then they pit. They actually come into the pits. So actually, it is GT3's time to pit. So yeah, there we go. My mistake.
I think that was a final moment of lick it and send it, just to go and let them know, hey guys, we're going to be pitting, but the threat is very, very real at the moment. I mean, that was a proper Hail Mary into the corner. Unfortunately, just couldn't carry the momentum through to keep ahead, but maybe it was just enough to force the AJR team to say, okay, listen, I'm coming at you. They thinking, all right, we're going to keep up the pace, going to go that little bit longer, because 58 and United Sim Racing both getting into the pits. Wonder if Grow Racing Team Gold is going to be doing exactly the same, because then it would leave AJR on the wrong foot. They would have gone out of that usual pit lane in terms of getting into the time. So maybe a little bit of bait and switch there to throw them out.
Yeah, that could be a potential idea, but it could be a little bit too soon to have a master gambit revealed, as of course there's still plenty of time to make up for it. We're nearly halfway through the race at this stage. Lap 83 for the leaders, and take away those extra couple of laps from the LMP2s and the GT3s. That's how far they've still to go. Here's our overall race leader, number 87, Chris Davis. He's been in the car since the very beginning, and he's got half a minute worth of advantage over RFRO SimSport. I think he's just put the last remaining SRG car a lap down, so that is a pure dominance sign. So yeah, you can see the number 32 is glowing in the dusk. So yeah, just one hypercar sits on the lead lap. So that is comprehensive, to say the least. It is wonderful for Chris Davis. He's put in a splendid drive, and yeah, I'm sure his team will be ready to congratulate him once it's time to hand over and he carries on this wonderful form.
Well, Chris Davis is part of a two-man team. Stanius Pollard will be taking over the car. So Chris Davis, I think, is trying to get that halfway mark and then hand over the car eventually. Say, there we go. Yeah, it's your time to take it across the line. So do the bit of a halfway race. A bit of a gamble there, but it seems to have paid off enough for the Team Iris. And, well, I think someone's going to be sitting
Oh,
with a chocolate milkshake. And that is how... Ow. That's how to go and venture off a corner quite quickly. One of the GT3s not seeing a Team Iris coming up at a rate of knots, and quite frankly, those GT3s do understeer, so it is a bit of a gamble to be on the outside. And Chris Davies went so far out of the corner, he had to get his passport stamped on the way through. I mean, it's one of those moments.
and then that very same GT3 car comes to the pits, so we'll see how they get on now. Yeah, it must have been the 289 Grow Racing Team Gold car because they're in the pits. AJR at home, second place in class, they're in the pits. So watch out for 58. They're going to come right by now to see if they can stay in touching distance of AJR. So here we go, they're just about to cross the start-finish line about now. But yeah, a heart in mouth moment. There's no time for relaxation behind the wheels of these big beasts, the hypercars. So yeah, he had to use the runoff. Thankfully, no gravel. It was early into the corner. He could use that runoff safely and carry on with his race. Half a second still, or half a minute, I should say. He's still in the lead. So there you go. You can see your class leaders. Travanka in United Sim Racing. Krustalev has been dominant in the number 34 as well. And then, of course, the change, the number 24 retired. So it's now Team Iris with their advantage at the moment in the Porsche. So the less popular Porsche is in the class lead, and number 16 is the second place car there in the Ferrari. So yeah, very fascinating to see. It's been a difficult time for the new Ferrari with only one of the podium positions possible taken at the minute. So yeah, 2 Porsches, 1 Ferrari on the podium.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at the Ferrari's luck at the moment, we've had our fastest qualifier. They landed up with a bit of a problem, and the FCT team going and ending up with their Ferrari on fire. So maybe the Porsche was the right pick in terms of reliability towards us. A lot of teams are going to be re-looking at the car choice and going, maybe we need to consider in later stages of the race of where are we going to be with these hypercars, or how can we work out the reliability, especially in the Ferrari. So Team Iris at the moment, despite having that huge lead, that can be so easily taken away. I mean, let's take a look at SRG Team 1. They were dominating. They had that gap. They started running away with it. Then all of a sudden, problem. They landed up going in, losing out a bit of time there. So I wouldn't count my chickens where they are right now. But 2 teams that have had a fight from the start of the race till now, Concept Motorsports, WMB, and Play Team, just throwing haymakers at one another. And, well, to quote another little bit of pop culture, they're going to be saying a bit of Gambit from Deadpool, saying, oh boy, I'm going to make a name for myself right now. So you guys sending off into the dirt. Rodriguez going and throwing the car around, and the Play Team trying to chase down a Concept Motorsport WMB.
Yeah, for sure. I've really been fascinated to see Silvino Rodriguez's driving style. He can keep it nice and composed a lot of the time, but then we've seen him go to the ragged edge as well, ready to fight the car in case he has to deal with a slide, or maybe even a potential for a loop around and a spin. So it's good to see him still in with a shout of being on that timing tower. 100 laps to go, so it's still an enormous amount of driving to do. But yeah, 5th position in the LMP2 class is on the line. You can see the top 5 cars in each class have been the focal point of our timing tower. So if you can get into there, that's a very positive sign. But Play Team, they want to overtake Concept Motorsport and get themselves that extra handful of points. So we'll see now, it's Oh, a bit of understeer. I think he's lost a second, and then there was a pop-up there to show 7th place. We're in range as well. The distance between the cars. Ricardo Santos there, United Sim Racing, also he's on target for a chance to get up there. United Sim Racing, of course, leading in GT3 class, but they want to get some points in LMP2 as well. So we'll see now a three-way battle for 5th position.
Hey, better, swing. Everyone coming up to the plate, and the plate team now having to take their eyes off from in front of them and start watching the mirrors. What I am noticing is Salvino is dealing with a huge amount of understeer coming out of the front of it. He's battling to get that rotation. Then ahead of him, though, the Concept Motorsport has got a lot of rear rotation, so it's sliding quite a bit. Ricardo Santos can start pushing a bit of a mistake here, because if Salvino starts to brake a little bit later, it's going to start forcing that understeer to progressively get worse and worse and worse. All you need to do is push a car offline. If they can't get the nose tucked in, well, there's only one way they're going to go, and that's utilizing the rest of the runoff, trying to get the car, getting going. So Ricardo needs to try and put his nose in and start hunting down those inside lines and forcing Salvino to go out a bit wider, or maybe trap him onto the tight on the inside line, where he's going to have to slow the car way down to just get it to turn around the corner, as we're starting to see the hypercars once again coming into play, sliding their way through. And you can see the disturbance in the air. Salvino having that snap underneath him as he can't get the car to balance on the way through. Just the disturbance, that rush of air as the prototypes and GT3s are mixing around the United Esports. BMW trying to keep it all together, stuck on the inside, also battling with a bit of understeer. I mean, this is a critical point for the Playtime Racing team, hoping to gain that little bit more pace underneath them, hoping that it's going to be a proper turn of events. It's just neck and neck racing, but Concept Motorsport has completely checked out of the fight, and they have opened a huge gap to the likes of Play Team at the moment.
They certainly have, and it is daunting if they are going to try and fight back in the second half of this 1,000 kilometer event around the Bahrain International Circuit. Then they have to figure out something very quickly, and they can't make any unforced errors on their own. So all of a sudden, that 5th place dream is out of the reckoning for the moment for Play Team, and now just 0.3 of a second behind. It's Ricardo Santos of United Sim Racing in the LMP2 class. He's gaining, mate. Just start to see a glimmer of that car in just a moment. If he goes for the dive, he must be on the inside line by now. Let's see if it is a change of position. There's a brief look at it there. Yes, Santos, stage 1, he's through, but he's got to complete the pass and make a break for it now. Watching out for the SRG, that's the Grow Racing team, beg your pardon. I think one of their Mercs. Oh no, sorry, that's a different one entirely. Yeah, that's the Endo Sim Racers, I think that was. So yeah, that's a great pass for.
Absolutely. A great one there, but you can see how he's opened up the gap hugely to Salvino, who opened up a little bit of a gap to the SRG at the moment. SRG trying to keep on the momentum. That is the last of the SRG teams, the SRG Team 3, the final fight for the SRG at the moment, as they entered 3 cars into the running order. Unfortunately, 2 dropping out. But the Play Team are going to be looking at this issue and saying, okay, Salvino, what's happening? Walk us through, what is the car doing? How's it behaving? Are you feeling okay? Is the car feeling okay? Is there loss of grip in the front? Or are you pushing a little bit too hard? What's the concern here? Or I'm going to throw in another little idea. Is Salvino saving that little bit of fuel? Remember, when you start working out fuel, you're looking at maybe that you have to do 6.8 pit stops. Yeah, if you work out a calculation of that. Maybe he's trying to get rid of that point something of a pit stop to try and lower the amount of time in the pits. Remember, you're spending a minute plus in the pits. doing a tire change and a refuel, that is a minute plus less on your competition by the end of it. So maybe playing a bit of a smart game here of backing it off a bit, or maybe the car running into a bit of issues as the track starts to cool down even further and starts creating more inherent issues that wasn't present on the warmer circuit with the tires up to temp.
Yeah, that's certainly a curiosity that the teams have to think about. Yeah, using the pit strategy where necessary, but I think we've got further attrition in the hypercar class. The number 888 Carbureate racing cars out of the race, so that's one, and also the 28 SRG car is gone. So they've lost two of their cars now. SRG, they've just got the number 32 still standing in hypercar, so we're down to 5, I think, at this point. 5 runners in hypercar. So the Alf team, number 60, may not have had much cheer, but they're still running, and their opportunity to get a heap of points, despite maybe not being an outstanding contender, that'll be huge for them. As certainly the hypercars. That's a big talking point here, Stephen. They've not been able to finish the entire 1,000 kilometers.
Well, I mean, this is 1,000 kilometers. This will put any amount of stress on any vehicle, and if one thing is wrong, that smallest of issue, maybe you using the full rev range the whole time, the engine taking that strain, maybe a little bit too hard on the brakes, or going and hitting the curbs at almighty speed, that little issue that in a 15 or 20 laps that you've been testing and saying, okay, well, 20 laps were okay, this is fine. It's now exacerbated, the issue getting worse and worse and worse, until eventually mechanical failure kicking in to the point of there's nothing more that you can do. I mean, if you think about it, think about a single bolt in your sim racing rig. For anyone at home that's got a sim racing rig, you've got your direct drive all plugged in. Loosen the bolt ever so slightly on your wheel that's tightened into a wheel, or on your wheel deck. Loosen the bolt that you can just move it a little bit, wiggle side to side. Leave it and do a race. That bolt is going to slowly start to turn and turn and turn. That's what these cars are starting to feel. That slow turn, you may not notice it at first, but eventually it starts to come adrift. You start to feel your entire wheelbase or wheel deck start to move around, start to flex, or eventually your wheel's starting to jump up and you're lifting it off, maybe loosening on the pedal as well, as there's a little bit more give. Just things at home that you can try out that tells a bit of a story of what a mechanical failure can lead to. That little niggle, that little gremlin, maybe where you've, for those who are used to the Gremlins movie back in old, I'm starting to show my age, add a bit of water, it turns into a very fun little bit of trouble that you now start to experience.
Yes, of course. Yeah, the fear is that the loose bolt will eventually fall off and the entire pyramid will collapse on you. So that is the worry. You just got to somehow nurse it as far as you can, and maybe take a moment to repair it where possible. But yeah, definitely the demise of a lot of the hypercars so early on. About nearly half the field, I think 9 started the race, and now we're down to 5, so nearly half of them are gone. That is a very disappointing sign to see, but maybe if more of the entrants, particularly our champions, G League Esports, if they're here in next month's edition, they will be, they'll be hopefully able to use what we've seen today, and if they're ready to go for the next round, that'll be great. And yeah, that's certainly something to talk about. But yeah, the classic LMP2s and GT3s still going fairly strong, and we'll have a battle here. It's D'Amato and Chevalier, so there's a bit of a G League Esports action for you now as they're going head to head with the Bentley.
It's going to be a wild one indeed. It's going to be a fight as they battle their way through. The driver's still pushing their way through. I mean, this is turning into an absolute monumental run for all our drivers. And I've got to say, the Bentley, the underdog of the cars, I mean, that's the only one in the field, is still pushing as hard as they can. They are trying to prove that the Bentley is not done as yet. And I've got to say, this is going to be heartbreaking, as the BMW has been proven to get on the anchors a little bit better and carries a lot of momentum. It's only corner exit it tends to lose out, but the G League Esports is really on the back of Jose, who's trying to keep it all together as Ivan looks on the inside, puts his nose in. Can he carry the momentum through? Comes slightly across, needs to defend through the S's. Bit of door to door, bit of wheel arch to wheel arch, and it looks like he's made it stick. But here comes Jose instantly onto the anchors, trying to pull it back. Our LDMH running behind, now getting into a fight, and does look like one of the LMP2s. So while they're giving the GT3 space, it's getting into an absolute traffic jam behind them. Oh, a bit of contact as Jose a little bit late on the brakes, and now suddenly it is just a fight all the way through. That is the last of the SRG teams. It's just trying to take a little bit of comfort at the moment to carry his way through. Suddenly it got very, very busy as even the Team Phoenix LMP2 goes and gets past eventually, but Jose capitalizing on the mistake that's been, or the door that's been open, could quite carry the momentum through. G League Esports having a bit of a tough time out there to carry all that momentum, and has a proper battle.
Yeah, that's really encouraging there. Ivan Chevalier getting the job done against wonderful to see. Bentley really stands out as a one-of-a-kind kind of sort of car. IRA Racing Heart Italia, they've got the 122 car in pit lane for a pit stop, so that could give a temporary shuffle to that particular pack. So it's a reasonably contested class. They're going hammer and tongs for their positions. So now we'll let that on, and we have an interview lined up. We have the number 16's driver and manager, Coco Ponto, almost here for a chat. So we're looking forward to hear from Corentin Ponto. Yeah, Corentin Ponto will be coming in just a moment. So here we are. Corentin, can you hear us?
Yeah.
So how have you found the hypercar and its first outing so far? Do you enjoy it?
Yes, it's nice. Yes, it's nice. Some issue with braking. SRG team make a very good rhythm, but I think, and I'm pretty sure, the brakes are dead. So the first Kevin Morville, the brakes dead, and the second, I don't think is Jonathan Deculto, the brakes dead. So it remains half a race. So we cross the finger for us to not have the issue of braking.
Yeah, but at the moment, given the elimination of other cars in the hypercar class, you currently sit second, a lap ahead of SRG. So is that roughly on target? Is that what you want to get out of this race, P2?
Yeah, Kevin are very, very good with them. For me, it's a difficult race start because I don't think we have the right setup on the car. But we have a battle with Chris Davis, Team Lewis. But I made a mistake. I touched GT3 on the small hairpin on sector 2, and they got a drive-through penalty. It is logical. I make a mistake, and so we have almost 20-25 seconds behind Team Iris. So we will see the end of the race if I can to catch us.
Yeah, so that was Yeah, a crucial incident. Yeah, I think we saw it on our broadcast. So yeah, it was unfortunately a penalty. But yeah, Jave, I suppose, what was the kind of advice you gave once you handed over the car?
Sorry, can you
What
repeat?
was the advice when you changed drivers? Did you have any advice for your teammate who took over?
Yeah, I think we take the car on 10 laps, I think, because we made with one tire, we made 4 stints at the beginning of the race. So we have I'm most of 10, 12 laps. We have changed the driver for me, and we have new tires. So these tires can be ending of the race normally.
Very good. Yeah, Corentin, thanks very much for your time, and good luck to yourself, Enzo and Nicolas. You're doing very well thus far.
Thank you.
So that was Corentin Pointeau, the driver and manager of RFRO SimSport, the number 16 team. And we just see Enzo Guibert, who's taken over that car. He's putting other lapped cars behind him, so he's about 35 seconds off the lead, Stephen. But of course, despite that trouble with the brakes, they're starting to really die out on that particular car. They have a lot of time in hand. They're a lap ahead of their nearest competitor, so they're on target, as Corentin says. They just need to stay calm and avoid any more penalties that we saw earlier in the race.
It does tell the tale. We were wondering how much of the brakes are being used in these cars, considering they get into close ranges, GT3s, LMP2s, and we watched them go incredibly hard on telemetry. That you could see the guys are having to really stomp on the anchors to just get these cars to slow down because they're trying to make those passes as quick as possible to stay out of the problems and trying to maintain the constant lap times. We're wondering of how long those brakes are going to last. And there's the tell. Brakes are starting to fade. It's becoming a bit more of an issue. They're having to take it a bit more conservatively. But that also leads to what is the rest of the team starting to feel? Because this is the Ferrari. This is the short, pointy, very nimble car, the RFRO SimSports Tours team going and having a bit of fun. I mean, this is the tourist team. This is the relaxation, kick your feet up sort of team. Well, at the moment, this has definitely not been their case, but it makes me wonder, what is Team Iris starting to feel during the course of their race? Are they starting to feel the same? Is the brakes starting to drop off? Did we have a bit of information that maybe other teams are listening in and going, hold the phone, they've got a problem here, so we need to just do XYZ to ensure we stay ahead? But for the others, like our GT3s, how their brakes starting to feel, because we've seen many a times that these guys are having to stomp on the anchors just to try and avoid going into the doors of one another and also their fellow competitors, as we do surrender, going extremely late on the brakes, talking about it to catch up to the Porsche ahead of him of the Maraba ST364. That was case in point. How much life is left in the brakes to keep doing that on the way through the entire time? I mean, this is a proper run.
It is, of course. So yeah, we're now definitely towards the full sunset. We can have the spotlights all around the track illuminated, and we'll definitely see the drivers adapting now to the new conditions. You can see our weather forecast shows a little bit of a wind speed there. Temperatures down about 2 degrees since our proper race start earlier in the afternoon. So it's starting to cool off a little bit, but yeah, track temp should be a-okay now that we have the nighttime cycle of the race. Track temperature down to about 31 degrees, so that's definitely cooling off a little bit. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. It is fascinating to see what João Miranda can do in the control of the Carburet BMW, letting one of the I think that's race leader, as a matter of fact. The number 87 is through. And now he may want to favour here, but the Marabia has pulled nearly a second clear. And yeah, that is a big gain now for the number 87. Still going strong, pulling further ahead of Corentin Monteau and company's car there, number 16. But yeah, Miranda, not a great end to the lap, I'm afraid, and he just has to knuckle down and keep on going, because 8th place in the class, that's not too shabby in the GT3s.
I gotta take my hat off to all the drivers at the moment. They each going and pushing themselves a bit more, and taking a look just out of the pit box, out of the commentary box. We can see in the pits a couple of the drivers taking a wander off just to get a little bit of rest, just go and relax that little bit during the course of this race, hoping that they can get 1 or 2 40 wings just to get themselves pulled back, because this is a strong race, but we're starting to see that end at the moment. Everyone trying to push themselves that little bit more, but I mean, we're getting more and more tails from the pit lanes, because we're also seeing the mechanics walking in and out frantically trying to get the stuff sorted for the cars. The teams are absolutely fine. I mean, we're over half distance at the moment. The teams are frantically working on cars, but it does look like it's starting to get a little bit long in the tooth for a couple of the drivers. First of it being the Upper Racing Team 2, the LMP2, the number 43 in the LMP2, going and unfortunately being confirmed that they are out of the race. So they also another car that has run into a mechanical fault during the course of this Bahrain 1,000-kilometer round 1 of the 1,000-kilometer series. And if you just tuned in to the race, thank you very much for joining us. Glad to have you guys here for Tune TV. It has been a wild one, but we do see a Porsche that went off. That is Britus that went off, and well, that is a big shakeup, because Carbonite Racing is now looking in the mirrors, going, "Oh, thank you. Time to just keep going on." You landed up with a car in the dirt.
Yeah, that's a great shame. That's turn 13. You're coming in through the turn 12 sweepers. Your car's already hard loaded, taking on the pressure on the left side tires, and then you have to pick your braking point. But unfortunately, Ruben missed it, and he went badly wide on the inside. Possibly a case where the oversteer kicked in, and you had to recover it using the right-hand side of the track. And of course, yeah, as you say, Alpha Racing Team, their chance to sweep the board in LMP2, it's gone now. So a huge name has departed the LMP2 class as well. So RKT competition number 72, they have a chance to get their season off to the perfect start, when it seemed like the best they could have hoped for was 3rd position. So yeah, the transformation of this race is a hold, and it is really impressive to show the resilience. And now there's more contests behind. You can see the traffic kicking in, and is that a slow United Sim Racing car? It is. Yeah, Daniel Paiva on the inside for Concept is going to grab that P5 in class with both hands. Yeah, lovely stuff for their point of view, but disappointment for Belchior Neto, falling back a position outside the top 5 as a play team number 10. They take a shot of fuel and most likely a tire change as well. So Racing Heart Italia 2 will get their podium back in just a few moments.
Oh, that was definitely a dive that was comparable to a 3-year-old seeing a chocolate cake for the first time. Just, you know, hands, feet, a full-on lunge attack onto, just grab it with both hands and keep going. And now trying to open up that gap, 0.4 of a second between them, because Belchior is not going to lose out this one. The United Sim Racing P2 has come back, racing as hard as they can, trying to make the attack as quick as possible. It's now into the slipstream. This may be an advantage, as we also starting to see playtime will lose a position on the run. So Daniel gaining a position, and it's a United Sim Racing P2 gets caught up behind the GT3. That is exactly what the Concept Motorsport WMB is gonna need to start opening up that gap a little bit more, but he's caught behind the big Bentley. So Daniel's going to have to work very cleverly and very quick to try and keep away, because United Sim Racing is coming back at a rate of knots through the S as they go. fighting to keep the car in check over the marbles, and you can see how loose the rear is starting to step out on him. Concept Motorsport WME is now battling it out, and United Sim Racing losing out that apex because not only is there a GT3 in the way, but he can't even get back because we've got an LMH now going and pushing his way through. So Daniel Prava having a great time to open up the gap, and Bachelor Neto, who unfortunately is going to be losing a little bit of gap here and a bit of frustration in the process. I mean, you can't go and say that there isn't this form of luck that comes into multi-class racing, because as much as you get this gain, as much as you start to open up those gaps, you also land up having Lady Luck either with you in the pits, or you may have Murphy with that number 10 socket and that 13 spanner you lost a week ago, and he's sitting there looking to really undo a lot of the work, as we do see one of the Ferraris going and coming off the circuit, running out a bit wide, trying to make a pass. So it is turning a difficult time out there, and it has gotten darker. And I will have to say, you touched on, you touched about the spotlights around the Bahrain circuit that comes on and lights up the track to keep it in daylight. Well, we get to see it, but our drivers are constantly having those flashes going out past the peripherals. And if you're on triple screens, which a lot of our drivers will be sitting with triple monitors around them, will have those constant flashes on the peripherals going past them, and they're having to think, okay, ignore it, but your brain constantly sees it. It starts to register it, and you've got to try and refocus back to your brake markers. This is a very difficult time as we get closer and closer to the end. Everyone's starting to smell that the end is near, and what has been done at the start will start to affect the later part of the race. I mean, we had that interview from the RFRO SimSport Tourist team saying a little bit of a contact and getting a drive through, fair enough, is deserved, but it has put them on the back foot, and whether they can gain that time may be a bigger loss later on. But we're seeing a bit of a fight for first place as Diego Silva onto the back of the United Sim Racing GT, and this has now gone and lightened it up. The 58, who was the previous champion, needs to get ahead of the United Sim Racing GT, who has done extremely well, as we do have one that is the Bentley going off track, allowing the cars to come by. And oh man, this is going to be a nail biter, as we can see both cars sliding around, trying to find any bit of traction around the Bahrain circuit. Now that it's getting into the nighttime, temperatures are going to drop rapidly here in the desert.
Very well, yeah, it's a chance for the reigning champions to become the race leaders for the first time. They were a little bit off pace in qualifying compared to the number 17, but now this is a total uptick in form. They are back to their very best. It is Diogo Silva behind the wheel now. He's going for the slipstream. He has the inside line open. If he can brake later, then how? Let's see if they can get it now. The front headlights are full blast, and there we go. Beautiful overtake. Race leader Diogo Silva and 58 team. Lovely composed move, but of course Travanca's coming back. Diogo Silva puts his one defense, a bit of brake dust there, kicking out of the Porsche, and remarkably, yeah, it's Travanca still holding strong on the outside, but it's not going to work out this time. Stephen, ready to rumble a little bit longer for the honor of winning the first race of the 2024 season 5 edition of RFRO 1000 kilometer series. So the first time all evening long, it is Team 58 in the lead.
I've got to say, it was a walk-off to the dirt, and I was quite surprised to see the United Sim Racing following through. They were hoping maybe that Diego would stop, but Diego was just holding. He was going to go straight to the fringes of the circuit, a quick move back just to the middle of the circuit to force United Sim Sports to pick a side, whether to slow down. And now, instantly, one of our Porsche LDMH cars going and making their way past, and gets a little bit of a lag spike as well. So that does give a little bit of a fright, and I'm sure that the 58 suddenly came slightly off the throttle. So did the United Sim Racing, just out of the maybe let's be a bit cautious here and wait for it to get past. And now it's gone past. Okay, let's carry on the race. But you could see the time start to open up, that little bit of a let's just come a bit off the throttle, just let them go by and carry on the race. But we do have a car stopped out on track. We saw in shot was one of the BMWs and gone now. So we are seeing a little bit of spotty connections from, no, it wasn't stopped out on track. That was actually one of our BMWs that was going a bit slow. Yeah, that is the number 2. So going and losing out a bit of time there, and yellow flags do kick up and keeps everyone worrying, but we do have a penalty coming up as well, this time for an LMP2 car.
Yeah, certainly a lot going on there. So it was just probably a bit of lag that made the car look like it had stopped in the middle of the road, but it is carrying on. So that seems to be all well and in order. So yeah, it's definitely crucial. But of course, a Sinister Racing team in 4th position. They're really going for it now. They want to get onto the podium outright, and you can see now the number 16 has come into the pits. So Team Iris's lead will grow ever larger. So yeah, plenty of battles. 4th position, Sinister Race team really going for it now. We saw their support in the grandstands. They want to see their car succeed in GT3 category. So we'll see now if there is a way through number 70 there. So battle for 3rd is well and truly on, as of course 3rd and 4th in LMP2 is also at stake as well. So now yeah, more cars dotted around the place. So yeah, the number 2 G League Esports Academy car in the pits.
And further terrible news coming in this time for the 88 GT3. The Carbonite Racing 2 has retired, and unfortunately the one team that we've been willing on, the number 97, the NASA Esports, the last of the NASA Esports, unfortunately also retiring as well out of the race. Oh man, brutal, but this is endurance racing. Sometimes you have the luck, sometimes you just got the correct whisper in the ears to get you across the line, but sometimes it can be that siren song that is going and take you through. So complete utter change as the drivers needing to push, but we're taking a look at the battle for 3rd. This is AJR home at Porto dealing with Sinister Racing onto the back of him. The 488 Ferraris are battling out the prancing horses, going at one another, charging their way through. This is a fight for the 3rd place, and now it is going to be all about snapping that toe for AJR. They don't want to move too much to scrub off too much speed. They have to try and keep it in check, but in turn they want to make it difficult for the Sinister Race team, who seems to have a little bit more downforce, loses out that straight line, gets to try and close up through the corner, so maybe a bit more downforce for the cornering for Sector 2 to make up that time, but losing out in Sector 1, which is more straight line speed that is required. So this is going to be a bit of an interesting one. The 111 lining up behind, looking very close at the moment, tries to see for the inside line. AJR home at Porto, just carrying enough momentum through, sliding the car out a little bit just to get that Ferrari to bite, hoping that they've got enough mechanical grip just to keep on going here at Bahrain. As the lights come ablaze, one of our LMP2s now looking to breathe down the back of them, see where they can get by. Looks to try and get past on the inside, gets past the 111 without too much of an issue. But we got 80 laps remaining of this race, ladies and gentlemen. It is getting closer and closer to the end, and I promise you this is going to be a wild one. So far, no one, and I repeat, no one can guess how this race gonna go. Charles, we've been having him in our ears, trying to give a bit of an understanding of how this race may go. We've had little messages passing over of who do we think that's going to be able to get the win, and so far none of us have been able to accurately guess the 10 laps in a row. It has been a difficult time from the start of the race. What we thought was going to be dominating is that's one of our LNMH cars that fell off the track, and now we'll be dropping slightly back to our GT3s as the AJR having to come off the throttle a little bit, gets the Ferrari away from him and says, listen, don't do that. You need to stay away from me. I'm in a bit of a race here, as LDMH pulling into the pits to get themselves sorted out. But this is turning into a bit of a battle. We saw the 58 and the United Sim Racing go door to door. They are 2 seconds, but AJR and Sinister Race Team are taking the fight. The GT3s have proven to be a very competitive field, and that's why it's our biggest class to enter and to race. And very, very competitive. Glad to see it. But our LMP2s, United Sim Racing, 0.5 of a second up against Concept Motorsport WMB. So 3rd and 4th of LMP2, number 13 and 46 are also close to one another. So we're watching multiple different events happening right across the circuit, seeing who's going to be able to get the climb, who's going to be able to get that launch up through the field. And I've got to say, it's going to be a monumental run for everyone. And come the end of this race, lots and lots of drivers are going to say, we survived. More than anything, we survived Bahrain, a circuit that everyone was looking forward to, but now that they're going a little bit longer in the race, 1,000 kilometers, as we do see the Sinister Race Team closing up under braking, going and trail braking and coming off it a little bit easier, is able to think it's going to make a way through. I mean, this is just a proper fight. So now to play a little bit of a fun game, and we call it, well, I call it here in South Africa the Chip Challenge, and it's because whoever wins gets a packet of chips. And this is something to do at home. You get a packet of chips, you put that on the line. So who do you think that's going to get the win? As even our admin of Tuned TV official asking that same question. Who do we think that's going to get the win in each of the categories? I think that Team Iris is a safe bet for LMH. For LMP2, I wouldn't count out Racing Hard 2. They've touched that top spot once before. Alpha Racing Team has opened up a nearly a minute gap, but Racing Hard 2 has been working on consistency through it. In terms of GT3, well, it's a bit of a four-way run. 58 United Sim Racing, AJR, and Sinister Sim Racing Team. I would have to say that the AJR has been the most consistent in the fight. Second to that has been Sinister. The 58 United Sim Racing, they've been bouncing between the two. The 58, yes, is the returning champion, but they've also had a bit of a hectic race during the course of their run. They landed up with a bit of contact early on that cost them a bit of time. So I would have to say AJR has an opportunity here if they've saved enough fuel, if they've saved enough on the tires. But we do see the Sinister Racing Team going and clamping onto the back of them, trying to force a mistake. Here comes one of our LMP2s. I've got to say, the Sinister Racing Team, interesting enough, actually backing off the throttle, allowing the LMP2 to go, and then closes up that gap. So they're giving a little bit more room instead of having the guys to battle it out at the moment and saying, all right, you guys need to just launch an attack on me. I'm going to give you that little bit of a gap in hopes that it's going to just crowbar the door open for me. So far, it hasn't quite worked out. AJR has had a good opportunity to maintain the gap at the moment, to keep on the push. Now they're catching up to one of our Mercs and will be looking to make a swift overtake without losing too much time. So blue flags will be waving. Down the straight they go, nose to tail. AJR looks for the inside line, but not fast enough. But they are losing a considerable amount of time. Takes a bit of a lunge overtake. Sinister Racing Team tries to follow suit as well. Nearly loss of time there, but nearly door to door on the way through. So this is turning into a bit of a race. Sinister, unfortunately, a little bit slow on the exit, but we do jump over to the number 72 LMP2. That is in a race of its own, trying to make up a bit of time. Hard on the anchors to the United Sim Racing, the RKT competition, lying in 5th, and you can see the SRG, the last of the SRGs, going and trying to make his way through as well. So United Sim Racing P2, NATO needing to go and break a little bit earlier, allows the RKT competition to get on by, and launch that attack. So beautifully executed, but now they've got to try and work through the battle just ahead of them. Slowly but surely, got to snake their way through. Sinister Racing Team actually coming off the throttle. It looks like one of the SRG, well, that is the SRG 3 team trying to keep it all together, gets out of shape. RKT gets past. He's going to go around the outside of the likes of the AJR, gets it all booked in, and that leaves United Sim Racing caught in between them as he tries to get the power down early to get past the AJR. And that is, I think it's an Elf team that is landed up off into the dirt, losing a bit of time. One of our LMHs dropping back and having a few problems, but the RKT team is absolutely hammering on them at the moment, trying to push their way back towards the top end of the competition. NATO a little bit further back has lost a second, but Concept Motorsports is going door to door, so we may see a change up once again. And yes, it is. RKT gets up into third place. Concept Motorsports, who's the white LMP2 just ahead of us, is now dropped down a position, and United Sim Racing has closed up that gap once again. So we're seeing a three-way tussle happening constantly within the LMP2s, and that is showing how competitive this field is, why people have enjoyed the LMP2 field and have really put in for a proper fight. This is turning into a hot bit of braking for United Autosport. RKT getting caught up by one of the GT3s, trying to carve his way through, not getting that little bit of a pass done, and gets a little bit too close for comfort. Now it's up to Concept Motorsports to try and get past. It's Daniel Prava, dives up on the inside. Neto tries to go for the lunge as well, and nearly a contact against the Mercedes, but we may see a change up as we see Silva Vera drop down as Rodrigo gets the pass done, and it is the Sinister Race Team up into third ahead of the AJR home at Porto, getting the pass done and dusted, now opening up that gap. So last of the late breakers coming into this. This is absolutely a monumental pass. Sinister gets that done and dusted, now needs to open up the gap, and they're doing quite a good job at the moment. It's all about the flow that is needed to keep the momentum up, but AJR is not done as yet. Silva Vera is starting to try and close down that gap. They're chipping away little by little at the moment as we see the RFRO SimSport Tourist team launch for their way in. Outbreaks themselves a little bit, has to try and bring it back hard on the anchors, and beautifully goes and tucks it in. So absolutely a great time out there as the driver's now pushing that little bit harder. It's the second wind coming in for the teams. Now we talk about that second wind. That is when the drivers have gotten over that tired period, out that worn out period. They've got the adrenaline reflowing through the veins, and everyone getting a bit more excited once again. They've got out of that lull period of, okay, let's maintain. Now it's, all right, the chips are down, we need to go, we need to push a little bit harder and keep going. So the LMP2s is also going to be a one to keep an eye out for. We are bouncing between the likes of 3rd and 4th of our GT3s, and also 4th and 5th of our LMP2s that are also close to one another. And that seems to be the battle as we jump back to the United Sim Racing P2 onto the back of the Concept Motorsport WMB, as our director going and having to have eyes on the back of his head at the moment, watching the timing board, watching the camera angles, telling everyone, okay, we want to point where these guys are going, because there is action all over the show, and the track is now becoming alive. It's getting busy out there, and drivers are having to find their feet once again. It has completely changed as Concept Motorsport gets unsteady. The rear snapping out underneath him, and our BMW giving a quick little bit of a weave, saying, okay, I lost a little bit of time there. Try and get some of the dirt off the tires as United Sim Sports dives up, and Sim Racing dives up, gets past, and has no problem there. But a quick flash of the lights to say, okay, mind out the way. I don't want to get caught up. I don't want to lose time at the moment. We have to keep this charge. We have to keep going. For Concept Motorsport at the moment, they are standing on the pit wall. I'm looking out of the commentary box here, and every single one of the team are on their feet, shouting and cheering between 4th and 5th. The 13 car and the 46 car, there is not a single person in the pits there that is going and sitting going, yeah, no, I'm going to wait this one out. They are all cheering. They are shouting. This has gone from an endurance race to a sprint race in a flash. As fast as you blinked, this is going to be it. So we saw RKT competition now open up that gap 5 seconds, but these two are keeping each other rather busy as they're starting to catch up to another one of the back markers, one of the LMP2s. So it's going to be a little bit harder to pass, and it's going to be creating an aero wash that will unsettle these cars as well. So you don't want to get too close and lose that aero that is so desperately needed. United Sim Racing at the moment has been dealing with that, constantly being buffeted by the dirty air getting kicked off from the Concept Motorsport WMB. So Daniel Pralva doing a phenomenal job, feeling the pressure, and he is just soaking it up at the moment. Cool, calm, and collected as Bachelor Neto tries to go for a pass, couldn't quite get it in. It looks like it's starting to get very busy as we do have one of the RFOs dive in. Concept are getting squashed out. It is just turning into a bit of chaos. The big Bentley now coming into play, and it's late on the anchors. Everyone having to just try and figure out where is this all going. What are the brakes looking like? Everyone's hearts. What is everyone's hearts looking like? Because I can tell you right now, I am on the edge of my seat. The heart is pounding. Everyone's sitting with a pulse rate that's well over 200 at the moment, as this has just come alive. The racing has completely come unglued, and not a single person will be able to stand into the fight. So this is going to be a monumental run for our drivers to ensure that they can stay in for the fight. Who has got enough in the tank to keep going at the moment as they battle their way through? And our LMP2s, I've got to say, has been a monumental charge. Gotta love it as they try and get their way to the top. They're so hoping that they just have enough in the tank at the moment. Just like, come on, we need to get this, as Concept Motorsport managing to get past one of the GT3s, hard on the brakes, but it does look like it's unfortunately not able to get that pass done and dusted. Gets caught up, trying to make quick work, put onto the marbles, runs out a bit wide, little touch of the dirt there, just gets a bit loose as he tries to gather that little bit of momentum. But there's our timing board going and showing the gains and losses at the moment. And let's start out with our GT3s. Let's work our way from the bottom. 5th place, Grow Racing Team Gold. Monumental passes we saw early on. Late lunges, they are up 2 positions as we do see the United Autosports. Bit of contact, a lunge on the inside of one of our GT3s. Lines up next to Daniel Palmer. Has he done enough to carry the momentum? It was a late lunge. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. Concept Motorsport lost out a bit of time. We were just going through the timing board, and I'm getting told by the race director, guys, focus on the action right now because we don't know what's going on. This is just a race of note. We thought it was all calmed down. Well, it's proven wrong. And our GT3's quick flash of the lights like, hey guys, we're also in this race here. We do exist. Please give us a bit of an opportunity. Okay, quick back one. Let's run through. Grow Racing Team Gold up 2 positions from where they started. AJR Home at Porto down 2 positions from where they started. Sinister Racing race team up 3. United Sim Racing GT down 1. 58 up 3. Going to our LMP2s, it is United Sim Racing exactly where they started. Concept Motorsports up 3, along with RK Competition up 5. Racing Hard 2, exactly where they started. Alpha Racing Team, exactly where they started. Alpha going into our LMH. Alpha Team up 3. Pro Sport Racing up 2. SRG Team up Team 3 up 1 after the loss of both sister cars. RFRO Sim Sport Tourist Team up 1 from where they started. Team Iris up from where they started. That is our highs and lows and our gains at the moment. And it is United Sim Racing all over the back of the Concept Motorsport, trying to figure out where they can get by. Looked for the inside line, couldn't get it. A little bit of understeer comes in as they getting caught in that aero wash, getting snapped around at the moment. Nose to tail racing, they are absolutely hanging into it, hoping that they can do all that they can to battle it out. And this is just getting into a bit of a wild situation as they figure out where they can go. And all is looking okay at the moment for the drivers because they've got a bit of clear air. There's no LMHs around them. There's no GT3, so it's a breath of fresh air, which allows these two to take their gloves off once again and go fighting without any distractions at the moment as a tank slapper comes in. United Sim Racing just managing to catch it. He crossed his arms, trying to hold this car as tight as he can, and that was a extremely close run. That could have ended terribly for him. Lost out a little bit of time, 1.4 seconds, but can close it up. But those tire temperatures must have shot through the roof at the moment, and he's going to have to work to cool it down. It's going to take about a lap to bring it back into temperature and get back onto the track. He doesn't want to lose too much of Daniel ahead of him. He's going to have to keep a very close eye as they're starting to catch up to a pack of our GT3s on the way through. But absolutely tremendous stuff from our drivers as they push the boundaries once again. The 58 carving their way through the field, trying to make it a little bit more of a climb. They're trying to get through the bit of back markers, and it is turning into a wild ride on the way through. Nose to tail racing through all the classes, 115 laps in, and Team Iris leading out the pack, 42 seconds ahead of RFRO SimSport Tourist Team. But the racing beyond the LMHs, the LMP2s and GT3s have kept us on our toes for quite some time. Alpha Racing Team now into the pits. They are going to be handing over the position to Racing Heart 2 for a brief time. They're hoping that the gap has just been enough for them to get the pit stop and get back out once again. Let's see how that's going to go for the 34 car as they try and make their climb, as it seems like everything has relaxed for now. I'm going to touch wood and say for now, because Concept Motorsport has opened up the gap 2.5 seconds ahead of United Sim Racing, who's just trying to get the momentum back, start figure out where is the momentum going to come from, how far do they need to push the boundaries, or do they need to tone it down a little bit, because this is starting to get to the closing stage of the race. This is starting to get to a bit of a wondering situation of how much do we need at the end of the race. Now, it takes a race from a nose to tail, push as hard as you can, to a thinking game. This is where the math starts kicking in, calculators start getting broken out, or if you're really good at math, try and use a brain. For me, I use a calculator because, well, at this point, as our drivers have to push their way through, we're starting to see the 58 though, the GT3, the Porsche right behind, going and touching the dirt. We saw in the background going and losing out a little bit of time, and that was purely on the fact of missing the brake marker. That's something we brought up as well, a bit of fatigue coming in, mental fatigue being a main factor in this, because you are looking for every little patch on the track. You're looking for any bit of where can you gain that 0.1 of a second, and also you're trying to relay information back to the team of what's happening in the car, so the mental game starts to kick in. But United Sim Racing now has closed up that gap. Remember, not just moments ago it was 2.5 seconds. They are now 1.6 seconds behind Concept Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, we're about to see a fight once again, I would say, as Concept Motorsport has been sucked back in. United Sim Racing has taken the gloves off, and they said, right, the bell is rung, round 2 is about to go, and we need to step it up. As we see a penalty coming out for Barber at the moment. So Barber landing up with a penalty, and crucial stages of this race as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the 1,000 kilometers of Bahrain for the 1,000 kilometer series. This has been a wild run for everyone looking to push the boundaries. Where can they gain that little bit of time? What needs to be done? How far are they willing to kick the can down the street as a little bit of a lockup comes in from the United Sim Racing as they trying to gain that time, and now they are under a second. They into the slipstream. They pulling themselves along, going and trying to throw that rope around the back of the wing of the Concept Motorsport that now moves up into third, because Racing Heart 2 is in the pits. They are waiting to come back out. So now it's turned from a battle of fourth and fifth to a fight for third. This is valuable positions. This is valuable gaps that they're going to require come the end of the race. And this is going to be a proper run as we're getting a bit of a interesting information passed in. A 1 minute 4 second stop for the Alpha 34 car, and that is for the LMP2 Roman Rubsov going and having a great time there with Jaroslav, and then absolutely great for the Alpha Racing team. The number 34 car getting a good pit stop in, out, and back out on the track as quick as they can. Maybe going and carrying on the tires a little bit longer, not wanting to swap it out. They're looking to try and stretch the tire life a little bit more, maybe not working as hard as they are. I do think for these two cars, though, these tires are going to be starting to get to a point where the tire life starts jumping off a cliff. Steve's going and landing up with a penalty, and unfortunately that is going to be a proper hurt for them as well, as we're starting to see the penalties starting to come in thick and fast at the moment. Our stewards working incredibly hard in the background, keeping fair as fair, either for speeding in the pits or for contacts. So far, I haven't actually seen a lot of contacts been handed out in terms of penalties, which is a positive. But unfortunately, that is for pit entry being a little bit too quick, as we do see the Concept Motorsport dives into the pits. United Sim Racing P2 takes a look to the right and goes, okay, they've pulled into the pits. Time to make up time. It's time to give it everything you got. You need to start closing up gaps. You need to stretch that gap as far as it can go. Dial the car up to 10. We need to open up at least 50 seconds at this point to stay within a fight, because taking a look at Racing Hard 2, they are now 15 seconds behind them. Remember, they were quite far ahead in first place. So Alpha Racing team has got the top spot for the LMP2. RKT competition running in second place. United Sim Racing P2 running in third. Fourth place is Racing Hard 2. Play team has now stepped in as well. They're 1.4 seconds behind and gaining a bit of time. Looking at our LMH, Team Iris in first place, with RFRO SimSport Tourist team is in second. SRG Team 3, despite all the difficulties that they've been facing, and lying in third place. Bro Sport Racing lying in fourth, with Alpha Team in fifth. Moving on to our GT3s, 58 lying in first place. United Sim Racing, the car number 17 of the GT3s, lying in second. Sinister Race Team in third. AJR Home and Porto, they're lying in fourth, and fifth place is Grow Racing Team Gold. So absolutely great monumental times at the moment, as everyone is doing everything they can. This is a proper run as our drivers push for the run. It's turning into a great race, but now it's slowed down. Now it's starting to be the thinking game. Couple of ones to keep an eye out for. Play Team Racing, 1.3 seconds behind Racing Hard 2. So fourth and fifth is going to get close as United Sim Racing pulls into the pits. That is going to put Racing Sim Hard 2 back up into third, and Play Team Racing is going to be following shortly behind as well. RKT competition 7 seconds behind Alpha Racing as they try and push themselves that little bit harder as well. So really some tops and turns, everyone trying to figure out what they can do, as we do have the car pulling into the pit. So absolutely great stuff as they battle their way through. I mean, this has turned into a monumental run as drivers going and pushing as hard as they can. And I can tell you that one person that is going to be very thankful that things have calmed down a bit is definitely our race director, who had to keep his eyes all over at the moment, trying to bring all that great action to you. And wow. If you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to the closing stages of the race here at Tune TV, and we welcome you to the virtual grandstands. A massive thank you for joining us here in the English broadcast. We also do have a great run. So this has been the race so far, but we're going to take a quick break to catch our breath, and we'll be back with some amazing action and also some amazing interviews. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you follow all the action. And, well, if you're going to keep an eye on it, make sure you hit that follow button out on twitch.tv. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are tuned to Tune TV and welcome back to the RFRO 1000 kilometer here at Bahrain. It has been a wild race thus far. Let's give a quick recap of where we're sitting in terms of who is where, because we have a retirement elf team unfortunately retiring out of the race. So we have got RFRO SimSport Tourist Team in first place for Team Iris now in second. So a swap over there has happened. We do know that RFRO SimSport Tourist Team is battling with brakes, so keep an eye on that. SRG Team 3 running in third, and Bro Sport Racing is running in fourth. LMP2s, it's RKT competition ahead of Alpha Racing Team, only by 4 seconds though, so keep an eye on that battle. That's going to happen, and it's going to be wild. Racing Heart 2 in third place, United Sim Racing P2 in fourth, and fifth is Concept Motorsport WMB. Moving on to our GT3s, it's 58 in first place, with United Sim Racing GT chasing them down. Grow Racing Team Gold now into the pits with AJR home at Porto in the pits, and it looks like they're going to be coming out. But Sinister Racing Team jumping up into third place, so that just swaps them all over just to bring commentators' curse. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have got a very, very special interview, and it's for a driver that's in the LMP2, which the whole team has been putting into a great fight. They've done a lot of work on the car, and it showed in the early parts of the race. Going back, the number 43 LMP2 Oreca going and battling it out. That is the APA Racing Team 2. Went and took the fight to out of the car. He's taken the helmet off and had a chat with his team, got a little bit of information. Sergey, welcome to the commentary box. First of all, what a stint. Your last stint was absolutely amazing, but it was nose to tail the whole way through.
Greetings. Yeah, it was interesting and tough battle all the way long, but right at the moment when we needed to beat, I decided to why would I stop and kept going on. So yeah, a little mistake by me, but overall, really interesting race, great traffic management by the team. Yeah, sorry.
I mean,
wanted to say.
Let's take a look at your car setup, because that was one thing that was amazing. You obviously with the team worked quite hard because you were making up a lot of time under braking. So for a lot of low aero and less drag on the cars, you guys have got some braking done on, but this is not an easy thing to do. This is something that you just whip up in 5 seconds flat, especially with these LMP2 cars and with multi-class racing. How long have you guys been working on the car setup and also the driver order to ensure that you can move your way up through the orders?
We had the information since last year, so yeah, we made setup adjustments based on last year's car, and yeah, it was just getting into the groove and putting time into training. So we were quite prepared, but just did little adjustments, just to make sure that tire management will not be the issue. So yeah, it helped a lot.
Carrying a lot of info from last year is definitely a key point to it, and lots to sit on, especially considering the updates that rFactor 2 has had that can really sway things in it. But let's talk about the team lineup. It's yourself with Alexander and Roman. Can you give us a bit of background of how the three of you came to joining up in one car and being in a race like this?
Alexander, he is one of the two guys who created this team, basically. So yeah, we just made sure that we have second team of guys who want to race. But yeah, there will be some switches into our lineups, I think, during this year. But I hope that I will keep my seat, and Alexander, for now, he has some wrist injury, so yeah, that's why me and Roman wanted to go on the race, but but unfortunately I didn't manage to pass car to him. And I think we have quite a pace to be the top 3, in my opinion.
Well, I do think that you've actually shown that fight. You spent a long time in the car, but take us through what's needed in a race like this as a team to sit down, they're talking to one another, as this is a very difficult race. Bahrain, a very difficult circuit, 1,000 kilometers, it's 186 laps in an LMP2 car. What do you look at as a driver lineup? What are the fundamentals that a driver's got to carry in? Does it need to be a super fast, egotistic person that thinks they're on top? Is a very slow, conservative person that's needed? Or what are the key characteristics that is looked at the team to ensure that you have this top tier run? Because you're versing the best in the world right now. You're testing your skills against everyone around the world coming to take the fight here in the RFRO.
Yeah, I think all the key points you mentioned, it's something in between. Of course, you want to be as fast as possible, but also you want to make sure that at the right time you just go into this management or conservative mode like we've seen today. I think, I don't know what happened on the broadcast, but I think you were able to see that it's quite tough with traffic management. So it's always about this compromise between performance and just your resource saving. So yes, something in between, but depending on the situation. Of course, when you are in free air, you want to keep pushing just to make sure that you have an advantage above the cars around you. But when it's with GT3s especially, it's quite tough. You want to pass them safely and just make sure that everybody has a nice race overall.
That's one thing I want to touch on is you were in a fight. You were in the car for a long time. You handed over the car. The communication that happens over the radio to you and the team, is it lots of chatter? I know for casual racers like myself, it's a lot of, oh, how's your day been? Oh no, it's been okay. Oh, the missus has just walked over. We got a piece of chicken that's sitting on the side. But you're a professional outlet. How much communication is there in amongst the team? Is it a very social, or is it just giving key elements and then goes quiet to focus on the race?
We're like family in the team, so we have lots of drivers, and it's something in between, like family chat or with you chat with your friends and something professional. So we just try to balance it out. But tonight, yeah, I think we have to make some adjustments just to make sure we'll be a little bit more professional. So next time there will not be any, I don't know how to call it, but
Distraction.
yeah, that was quite a surprising outcome, I would say. Yeah.
Well, I've got to point out as well, you've got a lot of support, and your whole team has gotten quite a bit of support. You've entered 2 cars into the field. Both have been doing a bit of fighting throughout the field, but the support that's coming in is something we don't get to touch on. A lot of people think sim racing is just you in your room and that's what's happening, but no one gets to talk about the fan build-up, getting to know the teams, the names, even the family that gives in the support. How's the support been for you and the team, and also as a family, going and getting behind you in the race?
Everything is spot on. Just basically, we are all on the same page. We want to fight for the wins this championship this year, especially. I was watching guys during the last season, but I unfortunately had no rig yet. Now this problem is solved, so yeah, we're all just on the same page, doing all the work, just to make sure that both of our cars can fight for the win. And
That does lead me on to one thing I want to ask, is the type of gear that you're running. What type of sim rig are you running? Everyone, when we think of sim rig, we either look at the high-end full motion rig that moves all over the show, triple screens and it's all over. Just wild. You look at Max Verstappen as his type of rig. What type of gear are you using to race in this race? What is it? Are you using direct drive, gear driven, belt driven, Logitech, Thrustmaster? Just so we have a bit of insight into what you as a driver is using.
I know that Alexander, who is Alexander Machen, he is using SimCube. Yeah, so he has no issues with this gear at all. Most of us use Moza and C-Magic, all direct drives, because at the moment you can't get anything better than direct drive wheel. Even if it is Moza R9, for example, it's already quite useful tool to make sure that you get all these slides, all these understeer, oversteer moments, just to make sure you keep your car under control. So yeah, I think most of this performance in the base, and pedals it depends. So I have Belarusian one, which Caravan Goes, if you heard of this brand. Yeah, they are quite fine, I think, for me. Allow to brake quite, just be precise on braking, managing to look after the tires, just what I need for my personal point of view. Yeah. Sorry, you wanted to say something.
So the load cell pedal being a main factor in it for your braking to make sure that you're not going too much on the brakes or too little.
Yep.
And I've got to ask, before I let you go, how are your muscles feeling? I mean, this is a long race. You've been holding on. I described it as everyone holding a 2-liter bottle of water outstretched with their arms completely outstretched for an hour. And that's the amount of time that lactic acid builds up in the muscles. How are your muscles feeling after your stint in the car?
I'm fine actually, but it all depends on your sitting position. You just make sure you get the most comfortable one where you can perform and still not use this much strength, because direct drive, you feel like it's heavy at the times, but it is only heavy when you make a mistake or just overdriving it a little bit. If you make everything, if you are precise with your inputs, it's quite easy to keep going. But yeah, now then you just have to keep, I think, liquid level at the moderate, I don't know,
Fair enough.
values.
You know,
Yeah, just
you don't want to push it too high up. You want to have that little bit of give in the race. Well, before we let you go and rejoining the team, you guys have been doing an absolute fantastic job out there. Anything you want to say out to the crowd, all the petrol heads out there in the virtual grandstands that are cheering you guys on, saying, right, let's see you to the line, and for the entire Upper Racing team and everyone here at Tuned TV.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for organization of this championship. I was able to see that it's really competitive. It's really tough and it's so interesting, and how much effort you put in the broadcasts and everything, it's remarkable. And I will be back next time. I'm sure we'll keep showing the competitiveness that we have and make sure that broadcasts will be even more entertaining and enjoying to watch, thanks to all the viewers who are here. That's why all of us petrol heads fighting for the win in this championship. So yeah, we'll be glad to see you next time, and yeah, that's it. I don't know what to say. Honestly, my first interview at all.
Well,
Thank you very much for the invite.
You absolutely did a fantastic job on the interview. It's absolutely an honor to have you here. And good luck for the rest of the race. Looking forward to seeing you eventually getting over that finish line. Who's next in the car? I've got to ask. Are you jumping back into the car after this, or going to be your teammates?
No idea. I mean, we had our cars, our car 43, so 34 there are two, Yaroslav and Roman. So I just make sure that we give them all the support they need to make sure they win this time. That's it. We'll see.
Absolutely incredible. Incredible stuff. Sergey, Olaf, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you getting to the end for Upper Racing Team. Keep an eye out them. They are in the LMP2s, and they will be pushing as hard as they can. Thank you very much, Sergey. Really
Thank you.
appreciate for joining us. Well, carrying on with our racing at hand, we do have a bit of a battle going on for our GT3s. We got Alejandro dealing with Jeffrey at the moment. They're going to nose to tail, and Jeffrey's still going with those sends. He's got to lick it and send it on the big Bentley. So it's the Englishman against the German at the moment, and Jeffrey Bonds in the German BMW chasing down Alejandro. Both these cars have had a difficult time out there, but I've got to say, a close one. And now rejoined by our co-commentator, who has been running around in the pit, getting information, and also going and trying to catch his breath after just a monumental race. It's been nose to tail here in the commentary box. I've got to say, I don't know how Charles kept up with it, because I don't know where to look on the timing tower. It was absolutely insane out there.
No doubt a doubt, yeah. I appreciate you welcoming me back, of course, Stephen. I know the 16 in Hypercar has come across a lot of trouble, so that could be down to that brake issue we heard earlier on in our first interview. So well done, of course, with Sergey there. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, it seems like the RFRO SimSport car is still going, but he must have had a big failure because it was in the pits for quite a while, needing urgent care. So they are not out of the race. I thought they were, but it seems like they are still going. But yeah, the fact is, yeah, their chances of competing with Team Iris on pace are over. They have to have more reliability issues to really stand much of a chance. But yeah, watching the Bentley and the Beamer go head to head, this is more intriguing work between these two GT3 teams. So let's see how they fare. But of course, yeah, the attrition does spare them just a little bit more ability to have a battle. So let one of those LMP2s go, and they'll be side by side.
Hard braking they go. Jeffrey trying to get past a little bit of door-to-door, bit of DTM racing there. You know, if you don't come out with a little bit of a bent panel, you haven't raced hard enough as yet. Fold each other's mirrors in, just to make sure. But a penalty for Sosa. And these are for mainly drive-throughs on speeding in the pits, because we've actually had only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drive-throughs for contact. So these have all been for speeding in the pits, and that's because everyone's trying to rush into the pits as fast as they can and not to get caught out. But in a big, bold writing, because the excitement kicking in, 50 laps to go for the 1,000 kilometer series here at Bahrain. 1,000 kilometers of racing soon to be done and dusted. I've got to say, this has been mental. But I've got to ask a question, because we've got Charles here, we've got yourself here. We're into the night, we're into the glossy background, and we know R Factor 2 has got some beautiful graphics, and some of the photos that come out from these drivers when you look in the Discord that they share upon. Looking at the BMW and the Bentley color schemes, I know it's something that everyone doesn't like to talk much about because it's a bit boring, but what is the most striking in terms of colors? I have to say the Bentley with that bright luminescent yellow stands out in the night sky compared to the blue, white, and the orange. Not quite in your face as one would have in the night sky.
Yeah, I can imagine some of the teams may have planned for their liveries to pop in the bright lights of the nighttime, with the floodlights, of course, around the place. So yeah, certainly there are some teams that will have put in that kind of design effort, whereas others, I know they've got multiple teams running in each category, so their thoughts will be to make their signature looks, they'll be nice and distinguishable no matter what kind of car they're running. So You know, of course, as G League, they've got cars up and down the grid, and OSR, we have plenty of them, for example. So, yeah, it is important that you can easily tell who's who. Others may just prefer to be nice and subtle. They don't really stand out too much, but they get the job done on the track, which is the most important thing. But yeah, definitely having a famous livery to look back on when you have those successes, and that definitely does add even more when the times are good. So yeah, I do get you mean, Stephen. Yeah, some teams definitely want to have a nice and flashy appearance, and others just probably want to pick their preferred colors and just go with it, and they're happy to just get with the driving.
Be a little bit more uniform to it. I have to say, for these type of races, I mean, it's 1,000-kilometer series. I'd love to see the creative liveries come in, guys getting a little bit wild and a bit more stylized with their stuff, because every time we come out to the track, I mean, this is an endurance race. This is monumental racing. This has been extremely close. This is 10th and 11th, sitting 1.3 seconds between one another. Every time we come out to the track, I think having that bit of a special flair is definitely something to look at, as we do see Jeffrey Bronze of the OSR3 touching the dirt a little bit. They're just putting a bit of dirt onto the white. But I like to see those special liveries come out per race. Those to stand out, to have a bit of a sign-off for the racing. Each race being a little bit more different, and having, if you had to take a photo of the car at that moment, you can tell exactly what's happening. That is the car. One thing about sim racing, and we don't get to see too often, is we have a lot more access to modifying colors more affordably compared to racing. So in races like this, where it's happening once a month, to take a photo of a moment and you can say, that was Bahrain, that was Road Atlanta, that was Road America, that was Le Mans. You have just that visual look at it. You don't have to go, I think that's Bahrain, looking at the background. That's my personal feel. And let's be honest, if we go by Henry Ford's logic, if you put GT stripes over the roof, that is 50 horsepower more.
Yeah, for sure. Some teams, they go for gradients, or in Endo Sim Racers, they have the blending of the pink and the blue with the purple as the gradients takes effect, and then others for the stripes or some other forms of curves, like Raptor Virtual are very good with their BMW and Merc. For another example, they can blend in very well, or just whatever possible color scheme and pattern, like RFRO, another one. They have the sort of Tron, like the way the laser lines form diamonds and other great shapes. That's another fantastic look to me. It is really everyone has put in a super effort with the liveries. Whichever one is the most popular, we'll hopefully learn that as the season goes on. But yeah, we have the battle here. Play team, of course, they're trying their best to defend P5. So Iva in the Concept Motorsport is getting right into the range, and of course with the Racing Heart Italia 2 car in the pit lane. So it seems like it is about time for all these cars to pit. Oh, dummy! Piva dummies to let the play team car pit, and he's going to ascend into 4th position now. So not too shabby with the number 34 Alpha Racing Team also taking service. They have a decent advantage over RKT competition, and yeah, it looks like the number 16 has finally given up the ghost. It seems like they're done for good. I don't know if they'll be able to get that car out again, so they lose out on a podium. It seems probable at this stage, Stephen, but we'll have to let it play out and see what happens next.
Well, spoke about it earlier that there's no way we can guess the way this race is going, and I know there's going to be lots and lots of communication in the pits about the LMH cars, of what do they need to do to try and get the cars feeling a little bit better, that they can get that longevity out of it. But for Bro Sports Racing, who's been down the order, I mean, this is the 249 car that has been out of the top 5 for majority of the time, now starting to pick up that climb. They look like they're going to be getting on to 3rd place. So just got to keep going. Team Iris, who started in 2nd place, is in there with a fight. SRG Team 3, which was the slowest of the SRG teams, and now also in for a shout. They are in 2nd place at the moment. They just got to keep going at this point to try and battle their way through. So for teams that thought, well, we're not going to go for it because there's a, being realistic. We actually had one of the drivers saying, look, being realistic, the chance of us going for something might not happen. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, because as we've seen, anything can happen in this competition. Up and down, LMH, LMP2, GT3, everyone has been having some highs and lows, trials and tribulations, but anything can happen in motorsport on the way through. I mean, this is going to be a wild run to the final line, because now we're getting closer and closer. It's starting to feel everyone's getting their 2nd win. Team Iris going and threading the needle by Alpha GT over there. Alpha in the 720S going and mining out of the way for Daniel Crava of Concept Motorsport, who's keeping a very close eye on what's behind him at the moment. Play team trying to gain that little bit of time back throughout the race, but we've had that change. Bro Sports Racing is now up into 4th place. It does look like RFRO. Looking at our timing tower, I'm not 100% sure here, but I do think RFRO is not done just as yet. The mechanics, the drivers, everyone getting their elbows in to try and keep that car going regardless of what's going on. They want to see the checkered flag on the way through, but yeah, I'm looking at it and they trying. That's one thing I can say. The teams are trying to keep that car going. Wait for confirmation of whether they're out or not. But for Bro Sport Racing, they are hoping that the RFRO SimSport Tourist team is out so they can go for that 3rd place and do everything they can to be in that podium spot, because you want to be on the podium, considering this is the 1st race of the LMH ever here at RFRO. And if you can say that you've come 1st, 2nd or 3rd in this, you've survived 1,000 kilometers in the brand new class, well, hats off to you. There's only a 1st ever once in history, and these teams are trying to push themselves there. Same as the LMP2s, as we do see the Concept Motorsport into the pits, jacked up on the jacks. They're going to be doing a bit of work. Question is, are they going to be changing tires as well?
Yeah, very valid question, Stephen. Yeah, for me, I would be very adamant to change tires all the time, unless it really comes down to the last few seconds towards the end of a stint in the 1,000 kilometers of the last probably 100 kilometers. Maybe you could keep a set of tires going and go for a splash and dash or something like that. But yeah, with the play team and the Racing Heart Italia team come back ahead, they should be able to pick up those forms. So you will see 47 seconds on the LED clock, roughly on schedule for a planned pit stop. Going a little bit backwards, waiting for the final signal to go. 1 minute now. There we go. So it should be let loose very soon now to get him back on the circuit. Possibly a driver change. Yeah, they're going a little bit over time now compared to what we've seen previously in LMP2. There we go. Could be a potential driver change. 72 seconds stationary. They'll be back out and pulsating, ready to fight on in this final 3rd of the race.
Dropping the clutch and lighting the rear wheels on the way out. Not hanging around, wanting to get back in for the fight, and coming right out next to our Team Iris Racing. I mean, absolutely hats off to Team Iris. They have been in a monumental fight up and down. They're going to quickly make short work of the LMP2 and keep the fight going, but the likes of our Concept Motorsports are going to be keeping an eye on their mirrors, because what's lurking behind them may be a bigger issue indeed, because one of the LMP2s is closing up that gap a little bit. So, running order at the moment for the LMP2's RKT competition. They've done a great job, 55 seconds ahead of Alpha Racing Team, United Sim Racing P2 in third, Play Team in third, and Racing Heart 2. But interesting enough, Concept Motorsport actually getting onto the back of Team Iris quite quickly there. So Team Iris is battling with grip, possibly not breaking away as fast as we usually see in those LMHs at the moment, as they trying to get themselves up and going once again. So it seems to be a bit of a difficult situation. I wonder if Team Iris at this point is feeling the strain or trying to nurse the car. Will they receiving all sorts of information on what's going on?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the main thing is with the 2 laps advantage. That's about 2 minutes, 30 or 40 of a gap. Thereabouts. Yeah, so pretty much give or take. But on circuit, Remy Delorme has the RKT competition number 72 ahead of the Pro Sport Racing number 249 on merit. So it is a shock to have an LMP2 beating a podium sitting hypercar on overall pace. So it will be P3 overall for RKT competition, not just first in class. So that is absolutely remarkable on this historic day for our series here, the RFRO, 1,000 kilometers, to have an LMP2 fighting for an overall podium, leaving Pro Sport Racing behind for the time being.
I mean, that's a feather in the cap that you want to try and get it to the end. So if they're going to be listening into the broadcast and getting a bit of a smile as we do see a little bit of a paint rub coming in for the Concept Motorsport and one of our Porsches from the GT3s. A light rub just to unsettle the car, but all carrying on just fine. The RKT competition listening in on this. Chaps, time to put the foot down and make history, because you have an opportunity to do so. Well, why not? I mean, this is absolutely monumental, but it does show how consistency can change the race. Because yes, you can be in the fastest car, but if you're not consistent enough, well, that can be a matter of a less powered car getting ahead of you. Well, penalty for Ponto, though, as we do see a pop up on screen, and that we don't get to see too often.
No, not at all. That is a concern, all right, if their day is getting worse and worse. Caught speeding or something like that. If they're just fighting to survive in this race here, Stephen, to have to deal with yet another penalty, that's not even more consideration just to, just put the car in the pits and just go more laps down, just so that they can at least see the checkered flag and get their points. But of course, if they fall too many laps back, then they would be potentially at risk of being non-classified. So it is an awful tightrope they have to walk, where they need to complete a set number of laps behind the leader to get their points. But if they're if they keep receiving penalties, then it really is tempting just to call it quits.
I'm going to disagree with you on that one.
Okay.
And I'm going to let you know why. Because if you're going to call it quits on a race like this, yes, it has been the absolute pits. It hasn't been the race that you wanted. It's been a difficult time. But to know that you've still crossed the line, even though if you're not classified, you started the race, you've kept going, and through adversity as a team, you take the highs and lows, regardless. And that shows to the competition that, hey, even when stuff is at its worst, we're going to keep trying. We're going to keep knocking at that door. And you might not worry about us today, but come tomorrow, come the next day, come the very next race, you're going to sit there in the back of your mind and know this team has not given up. They have not thrown in the towel. They have not thrown their hat out. They will keep going regardless of it. That is the unrelenting team. Because if you think of it, if you have a driver that you know that if you put pressure on, he's going to make a mistake and absolutely rage quit. That's it. Game over. They're going to park the car and walk away, you're not concerned about that driver. You're like, oh well, that's fine. But if you got that driver that keeps knocking at you, that one that keeps putting their nose in, that keeps you watching those mirrors, wouldn't that be a driver or a team that you would be more concerned about going in your championship? Would you be on the one that throws in the towel and be worried about that? Would you be worried about that resilient team that, despite the odds, and even though they might not make it this time, next time may be a different story? I'll leave that one to you.
Yeah, you've definitely put an impassioned plea there, Stephen, and I will say, yeah, your argument is going to win the day. I'm sure most people in the position of RFRO would carry on, given the dedication you need to put in as an endurance racer. If you're in the sub an hour and a half or less kind of series, where it's more about sprint and make sure you can get the job done quickly, then yeah, that will reward drivers that just want to go for it, and if their car won't go much further, then they'll try again another day. So that's how that kind of works. But with 40 laps to go, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, you may as well fight on as long as you can, even if it means you don't get your points and you're not classified. And yeah, it is probably worth the honour just to make it to the end. So yeah, I totally have come around to your argument there. So yeah, I admire that. But yeah, we do have a penalty for Pro Sport Racing. The 416 car has been handed a penalty as well, so they have to listen to your point of view and make sure they just brush that off and keep going.
I've got taught that by a very old driver. He said it's like a salesman, a door-to-door salesman. If you keep knocking at the same door, they're eventually going to buy the product to chase you away. You know, that vacuum cleaner salesman of, this is the best vacuum in your life. And he comes back and keeps telling you, this is the best vacuum in your life. Eventually you're going to buy the vacuum just to tell the guy, go away. That's the logic that's passed to it.
Maybe,
but as we jump,
could be a cultural thing. Maybe you have less tolerance for that in Ireland compared to South Africa. I'm not sure, but yeah, eventually, yeah, someone will just put up the price and say, "All right, I'll buy your product." Yeah. I don't know. I think we'd lose the rag over here with that instance.
Fair enough. Trust me, we'd also lose the temper, but majority are just like, enough now. There we go. But taking on board, I mean, we are going on board with Team Iris, who's carving his way through. I mean, this has been an absolute run. We've got Stanley's going and having a great time out there, taking over the car. It's a two-man team. They have been persevering through quite a bit. If you think about it, Chris Davis was in a fight for the majority of the race. They were pushing as hard as they can. Chris was halfway through the race. He handed the car over. Now it's up for his teammate to just get it across the line. And I think this is the most difficult position to be in, because you go into, let's get this car across the line, let's go into manage mode, but you're also dealing with very fatigued drivers. While you're a very fresh driver, you're out the box, you're ready to go, but you're dealing with drivers out there that are less rested than you. Think about the drivers that are 3 in a team. They've been cycling their drivers out the whole time. You're fresh, you're getting on track. GT3 drivers may not be as alert, or LMP2 drivers may not be alert, or even they are in their own fight. Mistakes can happen that can quite honestly turn your whole race on top of its head. So you've got to be very mindful. This, I think, is a very, very stressful situation. And considering you look at what's happened to your competition, I mean, let's go back a bit. We had the FCT team dropping a gear 1 too low to try and prevent going into a back of a GT3, landed up parked on the sidewalk and getting cooked. So you've got to keep that in mind. That can happen. So you've got to make sure your gearing's right. You don't want to get involved in any accidents as well, because that can be a problem. We understand that there may be an issue with braking, that the brakes are starting to fade and becoming more and more of a hassle. So what is Team Iris trying to do? Nurse those brakes. They do have a little bit of a gap. They're 3 laps ahead of SRG Team 3, but that can change in a flash. One mistake can change it all.
It can, of course. Yeah, 100%. So even with the 3 laps of a lead they have in their overall position, yeah, those 3.5 minutes let's just say. It doesn't take, you just have to be stopped for, 3/4 of that. Oh, there you go. There's another example, maybe getting a late move just to make sure you had the right of way. So yeah, getting time lost. Like once you're, even if the opposition's maybe got a 90% healthy car and yours is 100, but if your 100% car is stationary, then yeah, that advantage you've got will definitely disappear very quickly. So that's the main thing Stanislas has to think about. All in control at the moment, but he has to really think long term as well, knowing how close they've come to the opening win here in season 5. He's got to hang on in there and not do anything that will bring SRG Team 3 back into any form of contention. He has to keep that gap nice and healthy for his own team.
Listening to these cars as they come by, absolutely flooring it. One, the echo of the machinery over the Bahrain desert is absolutely amazing. Oh, as we do have, that is one of our LMHs out on the circuit trying to get refired up. That is the RFRO SimSport Tourist team. They are trying to get that car going. Chaps, keep up the hard work. Get it across the line. You're so close. But listening to these cars, I'm wondering if I can be mistaken here. And I looked at the steering wheel of Team Iris. They short shifting. These cars are all short shifting. They're trying to save a bit of fuel here. This is a little bit of thinking of what's going to be happening. So have they fueled enough to get to the end? Are they nursing these cars? Because there's a lot of short shifting. Doesn't matter. LMP2, LMH, and GT3. They're not going way into the revs as they once were.
No, that is true. They need to stay the course and not have another example of a breakdown or running out of fuel so close to the end, because you had the pit stop. That'll cost you pretty much a full lap around this track in the hypercar chassis. So yeah, you've just got to stay going here. So Team Iris there getting more people lapped to give them what they require out of this race. Yeah, if they can cut an entire pit stop out of their stint, that would be great. But otherwise, the temptation maybe just to let the fuel tick away and maybe just have a splash and dash if you have the huge lead, just to make 100% clarity in your mind that you can make it. Yeah, it's definitely a balancing act that they have to think about now. It's no good at 180 laps gone thinking about, oh, am I going to make it, am I not going to make it? You need to be much more flexible about your strategy, and now this is probably the right time to plan what you're going to do. Can you save the right amount of fuel to make it without another pit stop, or do you have to go for it again? So that's the question there, as we have the SRG Team 3 Porsche coming along, ready to keep going. Put the Pedal Fondo Race Club car behind its mirrors and just keep going.
I've got to say, the Pedal Fondo Race Club has actually been gaining a lot of time to the OSR3. Jeffrey doesn't quite like the traffic coming past him as he's trying to also carve his way through a Porsche and was losing lots and lots of time. He's managed to get ahead of the Porsche. Well, Alejandro trying to close up that gap, getting a little bit caught out by an LMH at the moment, has to move out of the way. But times are starting to roll in here, and Jeffrey lost a lot of time trying to get past a backmarker GT3. So not ideal circumstances for him as they fight it out for 10th and 11th. I mean, this is, you're talking about 2 seconds. Now, for anyone out there that's going, oh, well, 2 seconds is a big gap. 2 seconds when you have a prototype that pushes you off Apex can land up in blink of an eye, you losing out. I mean, take a look at RKT competition. They were into the pits. We know a pit stop can take 50 seconds, which means Alpha Racing Team, it may be able to launch their way up. AJR home at Porto is in the pits there for 58 seconds and have a probability of also dropping down into 6th place. The race is still on for a lot of these drivers. It's not done and dusted as yet, and you can see it getting a little bit busy out there. Mistakes are starting to creep in as everyone's braking a fraction too late or a fraction too early and landing up with cars all over them as well. Something you've got to be well ahead of. Take a look at the United Sim Racing team. They were originally 9 seconds ahead of Team Phoenix that was running in 5th. Well, there's been a changeover. United Sim Racing P2 is now 4 seconds behind Team Phoenix with the LMP2s. That is pretty much a story. Or even take a look as Alpha Racing team takes over the lead from LMP2s. In a blink of an eye, we've had changes. And if we take a look at Alejandro in 9th place, because there's been a managing to make his way through, is getting chased down by the new 10th place car, which is actually one of our Ferrari 488. When you think it's all done, when you think that the momentum is shifted your way, it can quite easily change, and we're starting to see it as time ticks away. Everyone watching those laps and just going, come on, that little bit more. We just have to get it across the line. We need to push it ourselves just a fraction more as we try and get towards the end of this race. And that checkered flag is going to be so sweet at the end.
Precisely, yeah. The work is still far from complete, but yeah, to be well into the final, I suppose 30 laps or thereabouts. Yeah, you're getting close to about 34 laps to go for the hypercars. It start to really sink in how close you are, and yeah, of course, yeah, it's still a long way to go. About another 200 kilometers, I'd say, before the finish can be declared. So yeah, you've got the car going this long. You just got to monitor what has gone well and make sure that the baseline is stable. And then if something has gone wrong and you've fixed it, then make sure it doesn't fall back into that disaster zone again. So yeah, a remarkable attrition rate for the hypercars that will have to be addressed, I'm sure, urgently before the round 2 is held in November. So yeah, we'll have to admire those 3 drivers still going.
Well, we got to also admire our absolute petrol heads there in the grandstands, the teams and the drivers that are out there on the track. The passion and excitement is still ablaze out on the Discord. We can see a lot of the chatter happening amongst the teams, all trying to will each other on to get going. Down in the virtual grandstands, we can see all of you busy going and cheering on, shouting for your favorite drivers, shouting for your favorite teams. It's absolutely ecstatic. The energy is still exactly where it is from the start. It is wild. It is unglued. It is up there. It is electric. And I've got to say, here in Bahrain, out in the deserts, and now that the track is cooling down, temperatures are cooling down, we've seen our class lead in all 3 of our classes, constantly swapping between Team Iris in first for the LMH, Alpha Racing team in the LMP2s, and the 58 in the GT3s. We have seen a new leader every single hour for the last little bit. It's calming down now, but I'm not going to say it's too calm as yet because, well, I think there's still a lot left in the tank, and as we get closer and closer to the end, everyone's going to give it that final push, that final go. Who's going to have enough in the tank? And I've got to ask a very good question, because we see this in endurance racing. We see it quite many times. How many people are going to lift for the leader to overtake them? And what's going to be the team that's going to keep their foot buried to the floor to close up that gap?
I'd imagine any car outside the top 7 or 8 is still relevant to LMP2 and GT3. If you're really a long way back from the top honors, then yeah, you probably would have to lift off and keep going. But if you're very close to someone, even if you're at the back, then yeah, don't concede any unnecessary tenths of a second, as you can always claw those back if you're smart with the lap traffic, if anyone needs to be let through. Yeah, it really depends on the personal philosophy of each individual driver. Like certainly within the same team, with your chat with Sergey, you had to have a a particular mindset to be a success for Alpha Racing Team. Even if their day did not end the way they wanted it to, then, but of course, some drivers, they will be very conservative. They'll take it easy to make sure they can make it to the end. But yeah, some other drivers will, of course, go for it as best they can in hopes of having their gambles pay off. And Team Iris are now in the pits, so their 3-lap advantage may shrink for a little while at least. But yeah, that should be the splash and dash to get them roughly home. Yeah, with the stint length of 26 laps, I think that's nearly on target. But yeah, the main thing is they're fueled up and they can begin to fuel save.
That's the question. Fuel save. Have you got the right driver to get it to the end? And well, this is where the question of someone a little bit tired, maybe a bit lead-footed, that can take it up. And all that you need is, if you've worked out that we need to use 5 laps, as we do see a penalty coming in for Payot, who unfortunately is one of our top runners in the LMH field, going and landing up with a drive-through penalty, and that's just coming off the button too early. So suddenly that 2-lap gap the 3-lap gap is now a 2-lap gap. You're going to have to come back into the pits to serve a drive-through penalty. Frustrations kick in, and that is going to cut down that lap again. So SRG team has an opportunity here. I think it's now getting into a worrying situation. As a team, you're going to be whispering into the driver's ear of, hey, listen, take a breath, calm down, bring it back to reality. We need to get this across the line. We can't go and land up with mistakes. Any critical mistakes now can land up in huge problems in our race. We can have suddenly a gap of 3 laps turn into, no laps. But if you take a look at our LMP2s, 32 seconds. You take 1 lap that you worked out, okay, we're going to use 3.4 liters a lap, but you happen to use 3.5. That 3.5 on 1 lap, maybe 200 mils more fuel than you plan to cater for, and unfortunately that empties your tank and you come spluttering across that line. We've seen it before, we've had it before in sim racing and in real racing. I mean, let's go back to the likes of Toyota at Le Mans. Going back a good couple of years at Le Mans, Toyota looked like they were in for a win. Mechanical failure right before the line. Boom, landed up with a bit of a problem. That was the end of them. Go even further, you go a little bit forward. We had the I think, was it Tabuka or was it Fuji? GT4s in a race, and it landed. You can go look it up. BMW runs out of fuel 200 meters before 10 meters before the start finish line. End of the race. Leader of the race, dominating 4 hours of racing. Got to the end of the race, final corner, car runs out of fuel, gets trapped in gear, driver. Yes, as our director saying, Fuji. 10 meters before the line, and because he couldn't get it on the starter motor because the fuel ran out, computer shut the car down, no fuel left in the car, couldn't even use the starter motor to get it 10 meters across the line. First place after 4 hours, literally just needed to cross the line from first to stone cold last. Done. End of the team. And why? Because one person had 200 mils left in the fuel rig that they were told, don't worry about putting it in, we won't need it. That's how quick it can change. And with looking at the times, our GT3 is 20 seconds between first and second, LMP2 30 seconds between it. We saw how Team Iris can take the hit. The other teams are going to be looking LMP2, that is all still so close to one another, GT3 all close to one another. Oh, this is where I'm going to be biting my nails, and honestly, I wouldn't be the guy wanting to work out the fuels, because when something goes wrong with 30 laps left, guess where the eyes are going to be looking at you. And well, I hope that you maybe would take a extended vacation after having a mistake like that might creep in.
Yeah, that is also worth considering. So yeah, the nerves certainly are never far away, even if you have that comfortable in inverted commas sort of lead. It can always be cut into just a little bit. Alpla Racing Team, half a minute clear of RKT competition. They're on slightly different strategy, so maybe that'll come into effect later into the final stretch. And then Team 58, 21 seconds clear of United Sim Racing. The 17 car was the leader in the daylight hours before eventually 58 had a new lease of life, and they pushed on to take the lead on circuit. So yeah, it's certainly possible there'll be one last twist in the categories where the drivers are on the same lap going for podiums and victories. But yeah, definitely we'll see what Team Iris do after their penalty for pit lane speeding was declared. So yeah, that'll cost them another little bit, but they still have enough in hand, in my opinion anyway.
Well, we're talking about the LMH. Let's go down to LMP2. 4th place, 7 seconds behind Racing Hard 2, and 5th place is 2.2 seconds behind them, United Sim Racing P2. So while we've got our beautiful big Bentley that's out on track, and I've got to say the only Bentley out there, so hats off to you guys, well done for taking that absolute monumental monster. We have got a fight coming in 4th and in 5th, because Team Phoenix was originally 9 seconds as of 5 minutes ago behind Racing Hard 2. They are now 7 seconds. United Sim Racing 2.6 seconds, but they are gaining time. They were originally 4 seconds as of 3 minutes ago. So take a look at 4th and 5th. Is going to be a bit of a wild race through. So United Sim Racing P2, Pedro Costa has been told, step on it, get on it, and chase these guys down. Team Phoenix, I can tell you, taking a look over to their personal stream, are starting to watch their mirrors. They are getting worried at this point. There is a lot of radio chatter going on, as we do have one of the LMP2s, and that is Team Phoenix that is stepping out, and they have realized United Sim Racing P2 is now 1 second behind them. They got caught up behind a GT3. They lit up the rears, and it's not going to be looking good. Radio chatter is starting to get a bit wild, and translating a little bit here, all we will be told is go, go, go.
Oh yeah, the gap is shrinking very suddenly now. Just get this Essor, the gold car out of the way. The Grow Racing team, they have to get them out of the way. And now it's a straight fight here. Pedro Costa, he's half a second back now. Let's see if the slipstream will get him right into the range of the Team Phoenix. Maybe the setup preference has helped on the straights. Anyway, Team Phoenix could be better off in a straight line, actually pulling clear. But Pedro Costa looked absolutely lethal in these corners. He's so strong on turn in and exit. You can see the gap is stabilizing a little bit, 1.5 seconds faster on that last lap. So yeah, Nikolai Bezrukov has to be ready to fight for this very important 4th position. Could be a podium if anything were to happen. So yeah, these crucial laps will be the important factor now for these particular teams and drivers. So yeah, there's nothing that can be left on the table. They've got to go for it here. Stephen, let's see how they get on.
Now it's going to be an absolutely close one. Pedro trying to close up on Nikolai, under braking, trail braking quite a bit, lifting off the brakes early on, just not getting that drive. Nikolai is standing on the throttle. That he's asking for the rears to just live with it that little bit longer as they fight their way through, coming up to a GT3 car, and it's all it takes is Pedro to just go and box him into a situation. Nikolai to pick the wrong line, and he will lose out this 4th position. It is a wild chase as we get onto the final closing stages of the race. It's hard on the brakes. Nikolai trying everything he can to get as much drive, dives to the inside line, sees Pedro is into the slipstream, closing. Is it going to stay on the inside line? He is. He's going to take the dive, goes on the brakes, sends it in. Will he lock it in? It's going to be late. The Team Phoenix is going to try and battle it out. It's going to be a drag race down the main straight. Here comes one of our LMHs to make it quick work, but it's nose to tail. United Sim Racing and Team Phoenix are going to chase each other down into turn 1. Who's the last of the late breakers? Team Phoenix trying everything they can. They got the advantage to the inside line, and it's going to be a rough shot all the way through into the S's. Not backing down. Pedro trying everything to put the pressure on Nikolai. Both went side by side. Turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and now heading into turn 5. It's going to be hard on the brakes. Can Nikolai get it in? He does. Absolutely still staying in with a shout. These two are hammer and tongs. This is a boxing match of note. We are seeing the fight of titans at the moment, and United Sim Racing P2 comes out on top, but just at the moment. But Team Phoenix is not done just as yet.
Absolutely not. They're well in contention again if they stay alert to what Costa may be able to do now that he is clear. Depending on whether you are the hunter or the hunted, your approach to corners can differ. So yeah, they've got to stay within about 1.5 seconds in the Team Phoenix car to really keep this contest alive. Otherwise, yeah, Pedro will have the advantage in this particular stint. So yeah, it was a beautiful battle in the first sector. They were side by side for 4 to 5 corners before eventually the final opportunity was able to be taken by Costa. There we go. There's race leader in the Team Iris car just gaining blue flag benefit there. So we saw the Bro Sport Racing car in 3rd position in hypercar. That was also on screen, the white, black and red car. So there'll be another lap down against our overall leader in just a moment. You'll see, yeah, there's the car taking turn 2 in just a sec. So there we go. Thankfully, Team Iris have cleared these battlers for 4th position in LMP2 without any worries to anybody. There's that risk there. So the gap pulling out to just over a second now. Bezrikov has to do what he can to stay close to Costa. And yeah, definitely the Team Phoenix team will have some new calculations to think about. They will, they'll still be in contention if they get it right, but if they get it wrong, then yeah, 5th place is their lot at the moment.
Well, listening to radio comms just a little bit, Team Phoenix not too concerned on fuel and has told them to just bring the revs up, utilize everything. So there's no holds bar on it, and that means United Sim Racing P2, what they need to do is stay at top revs. They need to keep going. Any fuel saving means that Team Phoenix is going to be all over the back of them. They are running through the revs and been told, release, go. We gotta have to push. So maybe they're not too worried. They've done the calculations in the back and letting the driver get into race mode once again. Don't worry about maintaining. So 1.8 seconds. They have fallen back, but the release order has been given. The 58, who is just ahead of them, is thankfully going to have these LMP2s getting past him on the straight. But take a look at United Sim Racing P2, because they've also been told to get going, because Racing R2 is only 3.4 seconds ahead of them. Make it 3.2 heading into turn 1. United Sim Racing P2 has also been told, go. A top 3 is on the cards here. Send it. Do everything you need. Make short work of the GT3s. 3rd place is on the cards, and Racing Heart 2 is going to have to step up their game quite quickly.
Right, sure. Yeah, this is another, certainly enticing carrot on the stick now for United Sim Racing. Their chance to get on the podium. They're within a couple of seconds of this stage. It's not at all much, Stephen. So yeah, what they've got to do is, they've got to give Pedro some lap time targets to aim for, and make sure that the Racing Heart Italia second car realizes that, and get them on board, ready for a very important fight for a podium spot in the LMP2 category. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that and see what potential can happen there as one of the other LMP2 cars makes its way past. So Bezrikov, he's losing out quite a lot now, but he just needs to keep it stable, and you never know what might happen.
Just keeping within those gaps, he's got to try and bring it a little bit closer to stay in contention. But I wonder if United Sim Racing P2, they've worked out the fuel calculation, and they've gone and said to Pedro, listen, we saw that 130, that 138 early on in qualifying. He says, yes, I remember that. That was the Ferrari 499 that got that. He says, right, okay. We need you to hit that every lap in an LMP2. You have to do it. You have to get that because the podium's on the cards here. And not to count out, RKT Competition is going and trying to get a jump on Alpha Sim Racing, who's just pulled into the pits as well. Sinister Racing Team, they're into the pits, and they're going to fall right behind Grow Racing Team Gold at this point, because Grow Racing Team Gold is now 11 seconds and closing 9 seconds, so we might have a change up just in pit lane for second, there's been a change up for RKT Competition to get up into first place in LMP2s, and we have had a change in the pits for our GT3s. It's not over yet. It's getting wild. It's getting crazy. It's getting closer. Team Phoenix is 4 seconds behind United Sim Racing, and 7 seconds behind them is Concept Motorsport WMB. So Concept Motorsports is also putting a fight in. They've turned up the wick. This is going to get wild. I think our LMP2 is going to be a brawl come the end of the race. Our GT3's a little bit more relaxed at this stage, so this race team may be able to put up a little bit more of a fight. They will come out of the pits just ahead of the Marab ST364 team, but it's going to be a close fight for them. There's so many different things coming alive right now. The races coming include 164 laps of 186. As we're getting closer and closer to the end of this fight, it is going to be a proper run all the way through, as we do see the Phoenix team pulling into the pits. They are going for their final splash and dash, and I wonder, because we do have tire compounds as well in our Factor 2. We didn't touch onto it. We're so used to people running harder compounds because you're trying to get the longevity. 164 laps out of 186. Would it be an idea? Just caution to the wind, top up the tank, put on soft tires, and send it regardless. Just absolutely throw caution to the wind and try pull that Daniel Ricciardo in Formula 1 to take the fastest lap sort of move.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, by all means, have a think about going for it, because of course it can backfire if you had to pit again. All that hard work would be for naught. So yeah, make sure if you inform the driver ahead of time or thinking about doing a tire gamble, then yeah, if they're happy to do it, then yeah, that's ideal. But yeah, you wouldn't want to tell them at the last lap before they pit to change their minds. It could unsettle them a little bit, depending on their personal frame of mind, how they're getting on in the race. But yeah, definitely a last stint gamble on a softer compounded tires is, yeah, for the majority of drivers who want to make the crucial moves for position, whether it be in a head-to-head battle in the pits or maybe they're trying the undercut with the pit strategy, then yeah, I'd say I'm absolutely certain a few teams will be curious to give it a go, knowing that yeah, if there's nothing to lose behind, as long as the car stays intact, then yeah, going for it when you have a big advantage behind and you need to claw in a small advantage in front, then yeah, it is definitely worth it for a few teams.
Okay, now I've got a question to ask you and to all our petrol heads out there. Even Charles, I mean, you're the director, you keep an eye on it. Who wants to see that last Hail Mary, that proper go, that launch it through, that come on guys, let's really take our hat and throw it in. I mean, United Sim Racing GT is behind 58. They 13 seconds. 13 seconds. Time's running out. If you've got enough fuel, who wants to see that last Hail Mary? Yeah, your thoughts? Would you love to see the drivers and teams go that last minute of, yeah, why not? We're here at Bahrain. We're here in the desert. We're into the final bits. We've survived this far. Lady Luck's been on our side. Let's go and grab the arm of the jackpot machine. Let's crank it. Let's see where it all comes out. Or let's roll that Russian roulette. Let's roll the dice and see where it all goes. That last ditch effort, that Hail Mary to go for those top spots, because it's crucial. Whether you're in the top 5, whether you're in the top 10, or whether you're in the top 20, regardless, there's points on the table. All that you need to do is go for it. And if you have that ace on the table that you've been waiting to play, and it just hasn't been that time this race, when next are you going to use that ace here at Bahrain? Because we ain't coming back here for season 5, and it's right there. I'm going to say from South Africa, why not? So my challenge to the teams, give it everything you got to the end. Push, push, push. Ian, your thoughts onto this?
Certainly, as an onlooker, it is definitely good advice to put the extra oomph onto the car and go for it at the end. But yeah, definitely, if I were behind the wheel, I wouldn't want to jeopardize my team strategy. If I was last in the car, I probably would just play it a bit safe. Whereas if I had to hit targets and I missed them, then that could cause me, as an individual speaking, that could cause me probably more distress than I need. But of course, these guys are super talented. So yeah, definitely, if they're ready to put in the hard yards, that they've known in advance this could happen, then yeah, it's time to push on and gamble. If it doesn't work out, then yeah, it was just not your day in comparison to other teams and drivers. So yeah, definitely have that gamble, put in all those chips, and see how it goes with 20 laps remaining.
Well, I know Charles is listening to us. Yeah, well, 20 laps to go through. Charles is busy listening to us. I wonder if Charles is going to agree, take the cautious approach, or chuck it to the wind and utilize. Well, we just got information from our director, who pretty much sums it up. Says go for it. So, I would say we've got Ian, the voice of reason. We've got our director who wants chaos. And, well, for myself, who pretty much is running to the usual meme that's been brought up by Deadpool and Wolverine, where dear old Gambit says, old Andrew Tate saying, oh man, I'm going to make a name for myself. Well, I think it's time to do that. So it's up to the teams to push it. United Sim Racing 14 seconds behind 58. They have a chance to get into first place. Why not? Let's chuck it in. Let's throw in the fight and keep going in full. The teams like RFRO, they in the pits, they still able to get that car out, get it across the line, see the checkered flag. It's getting close. Why not? There might not be points on the table today, but it's enough to sit in the competition's head to say, we're coming for you. We're coming for you. So for everyone out there, take your chips, take your bets, roll the dice, and I'd love to see everyone out in the virtual grandstands to give their thoughts. And make sure you go and use those hashtags. Use that hashtag 1000 kilometer, use that hashtag RFRO, because we want to see it all, and we love to see the photos coming in. And we have got the Team Iris out in first place. That is pretty much dialing it up to 10. We've watched this very Porsche get a bit sideways more than once. So I think it's echoed through, and Chris Davis has gone and said, well, the commentator said, let's go for it. And spoke to his teammate, Stanless, saying, hey, you want to go for it? Yeah, why not? Let's go for it. We're in first place. We're 3 laps ahead. That 138 was the time in qualifying. Cooler conditions now, not so super heated track. Let's go for it.
Yeah, the opportunity to get the season 5 off to the dream start. It's all opening up now for Team Iris, and yeah, they have, ever since the demise of some of the SRG cars and the other competitors who were hopeful in the hypercar. It's definitely their chance to put the final bow on top of the present to make sure it is absolutely secure. We're so close now, within the final 20 laps, the last probably 100 or a few hundred kilometers to go now. And they're just in need of cool heads to make sure any time a lap car comes up, they'll get through no problem, as they have been doing all throughout this race. They have been courteous with traffic for the most part, and then they just have to keep to the lap times they need without putting the car under more stress than necessary. So it's almost there. Potentially one last pit stop to go, unless they're fuel saving. It is a case of just two other hypercars are realistically in the race. They're still going 3 laps down in SRG Team 3's case, or Bro Sport Racing, they're 6 laps down. So that's all they need to think about. Even if RKT competition won the whole race overall, it doesn't mean Team Iris lose any points. So they just have to beat those 2 other cars that are within those 3 and 6 laps respectively. That's all they need to do right now.
Well, we're talking about our top 5s, we're talking about our LMH. Let's actually take a look at Roy Pedro Vera. He is in 6th place at AJR home at Porto. They've been in the top 5. And to let you know, 1.8 seconds ahead of them is their competition and an opportunity to get in the top 5. So the Maraba ST364 Porsche, which is a white Porsche just ahead on screen, that is the competition. That is the top 5, and it's time to lick it and send it if you want to get onto the top 5. So for Roy, this is all or nothing. He's utilizing the slipstream. He's got to try and close up that gap and go for the pass, because the top 5 is on the cards here. It's right there. It's within arm's reach. It is either you're going to go for it, or you're going to sit back and say, maybe I should have done that 1 lap earlier. And the only time you're going to start asking yourself that is when you go and lie back in bed, you close your eyes, and you start reliving the race in the back of your head. You're hearing that engine running through your ears, and you go, if I only went and pushed that 1 lap more. As we do see the back marker going and moving out of the way, we've got a race for 5th and 6th, as it's Moraba ST going and keeping ahead of AJ home at Porto as they fight it out between one another. It is going to be a proper run. Porsche chasing down, and we have got a Ferrari 488, the 991 Porsche that has dominated GT3 racing until its end of life, and it was eventually beaten out and dethroned by the Ferrari 488 in the SRO series. Well, we're going to see it happen all over again. GT3 top 5 fight with only 16 laps left of this race. There is so much to go on. And if you want to talk about nerves of steel, a little bit of contact between the two, but all was okay. Jose was able to save it, but I think that was just a knock on the door. If you want to talk about getting close to a horror movie, this is it. You're in the final stage of the race, and your top 5 is on the line.
Oh, absolutely. This is so important. We know Gior Porto, they were in the runnings for a podium in GT3 class. Oh, they were getting a bit ragged now, Stephen, I have to say. That you didn't need to do that. From Rui Pedro Vieira's point of view, he's lost himself 0.6 of a second, in all honesty. He was right there, just needed to stay in that slipstream for the start-finish straight, and he'd be right alongside. But now you have to do it all over again. He's a lap car ahead. The play team, I believe that is, play team, may just actually give him the immediate recovery job. Yeah, he's going to go for it right now. He's got the superb acceleration. Those Italian horses are galloping. They really want to get past this Porsche. Turn 4 is possibly it now. He's really eager on the brakes. They're going to go side by side again, but it's enough at last. So yeah, the mistake at turn 14, misjudging his brakes, that was able to work out just fine in the end. And now we have an OSR Merc, perhaps in a different part of the course. We'll probably get a look at the windshield LED to confirm. But yeah, I don't think this is for position. in the class.
It's a back marker, but it was just enough to get into the fight. And OSR, who's going to be sitting there going, yeah, you know, I didn't quite get that, but we do see that Roy made a mistake and Jose a little bit slower, but did gain a fraction bit of time there. So the OSR must be sitting with a bit of frustration of, okay, come on, move out the way, it's time. Or maybe, just maybe, that little bit of a discussion of, let me by, I'll pull you along, we switch around, just so I can gain a bit of that lap time. On the helping side, you get a bit closer, maybe. That discussion, that negotiation starts to come in between teams. You know, wouldn't be surprised if teams start negotiating of, hey, listen, you mind giving us a little extra toe down the straight? Give us that extra 10th, and well, I spoke about it. Here it comes. The Merc has got a bit of legs, and now Jose just needs to hang in there because OSR has got legs and may be able to pull him back into the fight with AJR home at Porto. Maybe there was a discussion in the pits of, listen, we'll get you an ice cream if you can give us that toe.
Yes, yeah, there might be a little bit of under the table bargaining to try and change the outcome of these actual competitions for position using competitors elsewhere in the class. But there's Team Iris looking to get through again, so they'll sweep back onto the racing line, clearing out the competition there. United Sim Racing, LMP2 as well, coming by. As Play Team actually take to the pits, so yeah, lots of weary vehicles are just trying to find their spot on the track that they can have a little bit of peace before they can think about the checkered flag. Yes, the gap has certainly gone well into Vieira's favour there. He is nearly 3 seconds ahead in 5th position. Now the class overall victory, so Gil Neves back in the lead for United Sim Racing GT. So Silva going for the chance to win as the defending champions of the category. It's just 1.8 seconds behind, so yet more late drama. Delorme gets a fast lap for LMP2 category there, 146.0. But yeah, it's all about this battle. This is really where the the prizes are to be won and lost.
Well, Neves was the fastest of the team. He's qualified in first. He's back in the car. Silva put in the fight to chase him down. This is going to be wild because it's 1.9 seconds. We're up to lap 172. Our leader is going quite quickly around the track. Team Iris is finishing up the 1,000 kilometers quite quickly. Remember when we said who's going to keep their boot in it? Who's going to keep that pedal to the metal? I don't think there's a single racer out on this grid that is willing to take their foot off the throttle. Every single person is going to give it horns right until the end. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be a push. And the only time they're going to come off the throttle is when these cars are sitting back in the pits on the trailer. As we do take a look, Play Team in 5th place is only under a second by Team Phoenix. Play Team is now under stress because they're going to lose the top 5 if they come off the throttle. And Nikolai Burkov has been told to release the hounds. He's bringing the revs all the way up. And I can tell you, he is not hanging back. Play Team gets caught up behind the GT3s and LMH. And now the rocking fight goes on for LMP2. Play Team is in a bit of a problem right now. They're in a bind wherever we look. Charles, I hope you got eyes all over the monitors because we have got racing everywhere, whether at the top 5, whether you're below the top 5, or whether you're in first place of the GT3s. We got racing until the end here, and we're going to be following all the way through, ladies and gentlemen. So hope you're ready for this. As Play Team trying to hold the inside line, late on the brakes, undercut maybe for Team Phoenix. They're going to try it.
They are absolutely here, Stephen. Let's have a wheel-to-wheel. No, a little bit too close for comfort maybe, but Bezhrikov doesn't give up whatsoever until there was absolutely nothing else available in the turn 9 and 10. Tricky double apex. You see the Pro Sport Racing hypercar cutting through a bit of traffic. Maybe he's going to have to lift off a bit, and it's going to have a concertina effect. As you can see, that's a big blunder, I have to say. Sousa got on the wrong side of the Grow Racing Team car, and it ended up being very, very rudimentary for Bezrikov, who takes the inside sort of crawl up the crest to get P5 all by himself. It was a bit of confusion there, but it worked out for Nikolai.
Well, I can tell you, Team Phoenix has got lots of chat to the team, are absolutely shouting at the driver, go, go, go. That tells me they're not hanging around. There's not looking after the tires anymore. They are sending it and telling the driver to push as hard as they can. And I've got to say, absolutely monumental stuff going on. The drivers are just getting told, send it, put it in as fast as you can, get up the climb for play team. They are sitting with a problem at the moment. They are down the order. It's really going to have to do or die at this point to go for the proper second. If we even look at our GT3s, United Sim Racing GT is only 1.8 seconds ahead of 58. I mean, the defending champions are on the ragged edge here. Team Phoenix 14 seconds behind Racing R2. If Racing R2 backs off the throttle, they run into a problem, well, Team Phoenix will be climbing up the back of them, and they'll bring Play Team right into the mix as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if one car a long way back actually does put in the lap times to close a big gap right down, then the other car behind, if they can keep up, then it will have that added boost to them, the momentum and morale boost, knowing that you can keep up with a car that is absolutely slashing into a difficult deficit to close down. So yeah, that really does help you out as well. You see now that's SRG Team 3, they need to be let through, and Payo has become the latest driver to take a penalty.
Again, Team Iris.
Yeah.
Man, critical mistakes.
It seems like a bit silly to be getting more than one penalty when your lead is so big. I'm not sure how you can explain that one, to be honest.
Oh, I think at this point it's nerves. It's sitting there. I mean, if you get told what's running through your head, listen, you're in first place, just keep going. Your nerves are starting to get to you. It doesn't matter how much of a pro you are. For anyone that is like you and I, we're casual drivers. We enjoy getting in behind the wheel and trying our best. But if you get told, listen, you're in for the fight, you're in for the first place, that shake on the pedal on your throttle, that right foot starts to bounce a little bit on the throttle, or it bounces on the brake, your left foot starts to bounce quite a bit as your nerves are starting to come in. You're trying to take those deep breaths to settle everything down, refocus, restructure. But the more that you're seeing the numbers around you, this is where, honestly, as I do get a little bit of reports, I hate to tell you this, but it does look like Team Phoenix has lost the rear end of their car. Team Phoenix did lose the rear end of their car, so they lost a bit of time. That means they've given a bit of a gap to Play Team. So take the onboard cam, yes they have. So Team Phoenix did lose the rear. They did lose a bit of time, not too much though, they're in shot, but those rear tires are definitely taking a bit of a beating. And I don't think they're going to get too close to Play Team at the moment. Nerves kicking in, we spoke about it, we were just touching on it. It's becoming more of a reality.
I know, but certainly these LMP2 and GT3 drivers are probably begging for Team Iris to we have the Alpha Racing Team are out of the race. That was for the win of the class here, Stephen. 34 out of the race. So both the Alphas, we thought they were contenders for the podium, number 43 and the 34, but that's absolutely devastating. The two-man team of Roman Rybatsev and Yaroslav Krustalev are both gone now. Their car has no more left to give, so that perhaps hands the LMP2 class win to RKT competition tonight. That is devastating.
Well, you know what that does? It promotes United Sim Racing up into second, Racing Hard 2 into third, Play Team into fourth, and Team Phoenix into fifth. That's what that's done. And Play Team is only 15 seconds off the bat of Racing Hard 2, who's going to be promoted into third. And right at the last, we've had a mechanical failure. how much is left in these cars? How hard have they pushed it to get this through? I mean, Team Phoenix is not holding back right now. Play Team is not holding back right now. 58 is not holding back against United Sim Racing. 10 laps to go of this race. How much is left in the drivers to push it? And even more, remember that loose bolt story?
Yes,
Well,
good.
is that loose bolt hanging on by 1 or 2 threads with your car at the moment? Because I'm sure believing that you maybe had that silicone mechanic or that Loctite mechanic work on your car that you won't be able to undo it, because those last 2 threads is what's going to be left on mechanical life for these cars, especially since you're bringing it through the revs. You're pushing as hard as these cars are going to go. You blitzing over the curbs. You're trying to guide your way through. How much is left in the tires? How much left in the brakes? How much in the fuel? How much in the drivers? What is going to happen? Even if the drivers have got that adrenaline filling them up, their chest is tight, they're breathing as much as they can, they're focused on it. All it takes is half a rev too far for an engine failure.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the wrong gear shift, the wrong application. When the car is maybe getting a little bit too hot, yeah, if you make the wrong decisions, that's it. You're going to have to pull in and try in vain perhaps to fix the car. But yeah, now at this stage, it's Jose Sousa under pressure as Team Phoenix want their position back. They made perhaps a little mistake here. Turns 5 through 7. He's going to go for it into 8 though. Not quite. I think Sousa had it covered. Next time out, yeah, it's going to be really, really tense now. If Bezrikov can get the job done into turn 11, let's see what they do. Oh, if anything, yeah, the play team car is loose, and that actually has the cause and effect against Bezrikov. So he's coming and going, pushing as hard as he can. But yeah, maybe that little bit of stress on the car between the two individuals there made it too hard for an overtake to take place. But again, we'll see now turn 12 using all the downforce and energy in the tires, just complete the corner as fast as possible. More sliding about the place, and Rhino gets a penalty, so he's one of the big names as well. That could be another pendulum swing.
Well, look, I know we're watching this LMP2 race, and it's definitely got us on the edge of the seat. We're watching side by side, but I'd also want to point a glance over to the timing tower, because the 58 is getting just about under a second every time to United Sim Racing. So while we're watching this fight for the 4th and 5th as they go side by side, squeezing each other into the braking zone, we've also got our GT3 first place on the cards here in the last remaining laps of the race. I mean, there's less than 10 laps at the moment, and we are giving it hordes all the way to the end. These teams are throwing all on the towel, and I've got to say thank you everyone for rolling the dice, putting those, going in rolling to see what they're gonna do. It is all or nothing on the cards, and these drivers are going to push as hard as they can because there's so much on the cards here. Yes, this is round 1. Yes, we do have a whole championship to score points, but man, oh man, there's only one Bahrain in Season 5. There's only one Bahrain in the 1,000 kilometer series for Season 5. And especially the debut outing for the LMH, this is a race that everyone's going to remember. So now it is time to absolutely boot it. If you got the opportunity, you've got the time, play team needs to step it up, try and get that grip underneath them. For the 58, that's 1.1 seconds behind United Sim Racing GT, going for the win, who are our championship winners, looking to start off with a bang. At the moment, United Sim Racing GT is looking to take away that momentum early on. We're in for a race.
100%, yeah. It is really the final gong really to make an impression on this race, get your championship off to the start that you had foreseen it would when we began the race over 5 hours ago at this stage. We're heading really to the final furlong. You've had so much preparation time. You've worked your car and your team through qualifying and the first couple of stints to make sure you're in a position now. You've got to reward all the application. Now that you're still in the race, you've got to give it your best shot and go for it now that we're so close to the checkered flag. We know how devastating it is to fall out of the race. We've seen it just a moment ago with the pair. The 34 and the 43 are both out. We thought they'd be contenders. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for them. And just these cars are still fortunate enough to have a chance at a successful result on paper. That's the main thing. So Alpha Racing Team, as I say, they were contenders and it hasn't worked out. So these drivers still in it, particularly in LMP2 and GT3, where there is potentially prizes still up for grabs. They've got to really put in the effort now.
And we saw one of our Mercs going and parked off in the distance, losing out the rear. Everyone just trying to get that late stages. I mean, this is where the drivers come into it. This is that final driver that's got to just find that extra little bit in the tank, that fire in the belly to get them back into it, that cheer on. As a team, you're going to have to wake up. You're going to have to get that alive, and you're going to have to hype up the driver and say, listen, time for it. You need to go for that sin. Dig deep and push as hard as you can. Get that Ryan Royal sin. Get hungry. But United Sim Racing GT is now 4 seconds. 58's gotten past, but they are dropping 5 seconds. Something's happened to the number 17. The number 17 GT3 that was running in first place is now tanked all the way down. I think they had a problem. I think we've had a change. We've had a change for our GT3s, but the United Sim Racing GT, who was holding first place, was 1 second. Well, they now 6 seconds behind 58, and that was in the last 2 minutes. A mistake has happened between the 58 and the 17, right in the final close of the stage. That has allowed 58 to take that top spot, but anything can happen, even with Play Team chasing down Team Phoenix, putting the pressure on, and it's all or nothing on the cards here for them as well. We're seeing battles up and down through the field, and I have no idea who's going to be able to get the win here. I think Team Iris may, if nothing goes on with their car, if they just nurse that car to get across the line, they will be able to get the win. But from LMP2 to GT3, I can't tell you who's going to finish into the top 5, even the top 6 at this point.
Yeah, it is so close now, but even if Team Iris were to get 2 laps to go, so we're at 5 laps to go at this point, if Team Iris come to a stop and it's not after the checkered flag, then yeah, SRG Team 3 have the chance to pick up the mantle and try and complete the 186 laps. So yeah, it's not a case where Team Iris can begin to say our lead is unassailable. No, that's not true. They have to go all the way to the final 1,000 kilometers to be declared the winners. So they still have to concentrate, even if it feels like their victory is almost assured. But yeah, definitely, you were saying there, Stephen, it's so close in the GT3 category, for example. Yeah, we don't know who's going to win out of that RKT competition. Maybe you've got it on strategy for now. United Sim Racing may have something to offer later on, but yeah, as we're on board, Bezrikov versus Sousa is still very much a competition here for P4, just off the category podium. There's so much going on. So Team Iris pits, so they might be tempted just to splash and dash, maybe go for a final fastest lap to make absolutely sure, certain of it. Yeah, they do have that advantage, but no time to put up the feet just yet. They have to complete those 1,000 kilometers.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
If we take a look at Team Phoenix and go on board with them, just a shoulder cam, just to look at that steering wheel, I've got a sneaky suspicion. I know Charles is busy taking a look through everything, but if you can take a look at a shoulder cam looking at the steering wheel, I've got a sneaky suspicion that Team Phoenix may have swapped their engine mode. And even the likes of Play Team have swapped their engine mode. Listening to how their engines are going, I've got a funny feeling these drivers have been told, listen, it's all or nothing, use whatever you can, all the power possible. And the way you can do it in terms of fuel mixture and engine mapping in these prototypes and even the GT3s. What are the different modes? Safety car, rain, race, a little bit less fuel drain, and the final one, which we got to see at the beginning of this broadcast, qualification. How much you want to bet, looking at how the gap has opened up for Team Phoenix, that they've hooked it to qualification mode, burn the fuel, empty the tank, drop the hammer, and open up the gap? I'm going to guarantee it here. They've swapped the engine map, and the driver is using 100% of the power right now. Everything that engine has got, but there's a risk. The more power you demand, the more strain you put on the car, and the more chance of that single loose bolt can be the detriment to your race in the last 5 laps. I mean, this is all or nothing for these drivers. And looking at United Sim Racing GT, I think they've run into a bit of an issue. Something has gone on with the car. They are either fuel saving, but they are barreling down. They were originally the fast, but now they're 9 seconds. So they might be fuel saving, or they got a warning on that car saying, listen, enough. We're not taking this. But Team Phoenix, on the other hand, is currently 2.7 seconds behind Racing Heart. I hate to say it, but I love to say it. With 5 laps to go, Team Phoenix may have hooked it into qualifying mode, because take a look ahead of them. Racing Heart 2, the Italian team that has really pushed as hard as they can, is about to get a full of the flaming Phoenix that has come to life. All the power has been lent on, and I'm going to just listen to a radio here. There's a lot of excitement over the comms for the Phoenix Sim Racing, and I can gather, putting it into niceties here, utilizing the best words possible, give it everything. Take it to its limit. It's in the nice way of it being said, but Team Phoenix realizing 3rd place is on the cards. 1 second. They are not worried about fuel. They are sending it. We're in for a race. In the last remaining laps of this, we may have a change in our top 3 for LMP2.
Absolutely, we don't get to witness this too often, so you have to enjoy it while it lasts. So yeah, absolutely, Team Phoenix, they've got to go for it now. They're really putting Racing Heart Italia and their second team into that awkward spotlight. They don't want to be in, and it looks like it's going right now. This is Team Phoenix going for position into turn 11 down the inside. It seems like it's inevitable, and it is completed. What a beautiful move. Team Phoenix have a podium, and Racing Heart 2 have been left horribly disappointed there. There was just absolutely no option left. The Team Phoenix car is rapid. It is going hammer and tongs, ready to secure that podium with the finish line almost in sight.
Okay, I'm guaranteeing they're in qualifying mode. Looking at how hard they're pushing and the lap times that are coming in, Team Phoenix has given it absolute horns. But this is a crucial play, because take a look at play team. 1.8 seconds. Racing Heart 2 is trying to save fuel. They may fall out of the top 4 because play team is 1.7 seconds. Racing Heart 2 is trying to survive on fuel. Play team is probably given... to the end. Team Phoenix is put all their chips into the basket right now. They're in full race mode to try and break away. Play team is giving everything they got to take that 4th place. Those crucial points. If I was in Racing Heart 2, it's time to get elbows out. It's time to turn this LMP2 into a Ford Galaxy in terms of width, to ensure that you hold that 4th place. It's crucial points. It's everything at the moment. And the last thing you want to have is losing out right at the last.
Not at all. You really don't want to miss out on your best possible result with barely a lap and a half to go for these two teams now. To fall off the podium is one thing, of course, Stephen. Yeah, that has to be given. Oh, it's all in the way. That's going to make it much worse now. And this could be Play Team's chance to slip in and get into a head-to-head battle. So that is uncomfortable there for Racing Heart Italia. Maybe. Oh, and as a matter of fact, yeah, that's one of the MST cars getting in the way. That's not going to help either. So yeah, perhaps the blue flag giveth and the blue flag taketh away at the same time. So the Moravia car has actually given Racing Heart Italia one last chance here. So close to the end. Go hard or go home, it says on the rear wing, and how apt that is.
It's going to be awesome. This is playing that game of Uno, and you're down to the final card. Who has got the +4? Who has got that reverse Uno as they push it all on the final lap for them? By the looks of this, it's going to be the final lap. 0.4 of a second. For Play Team, you got to dial it up to 10. You got to push as hard as you can. For Racing Heart to elbows out, do everything you can, braking a little bit earlier, trying to just tap that toe, trying to just go and cause him to lose that little bit of momentum. Anything at this point, grasping at straws as a new best lap time gets set by Polyard as he comes across the lap time, 1:39.8. Remember, 38 was the qualifying time. He sets a 1:39. And our leaders on the final lap. It's all or nothing for these drivers. Who's got enough left in the tank to push it? Grow Racing Team is in the pits. Grow Racing Team's in the pits. They have now blacked down AJR home at Porto, 5 seconds behind him, so they may have a chance at it as well. Our GT3s may change up for our top 4 as they fight it out. Play Team really throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at this point. The cat, the dog, the kitchen sink, anything that's out of the pantry, as Racing Heart 2 trying to push as hard as they can. Oh, Jose gets a snap oversteer, maybe a little bit too much, and that may have been the crucial mistake that has cost them 4th place.
Yeah, just one misjudgment there from Sousa, and that could be the game in favour of Alicio Falletto for Racing Heart. Of course, they still have to complete a full lap after this, so even though Team Iris leader for hypercars in the final sector, so these guys have to complete this entire lap. It's not like they'll just be brought to a close when the checkered flag flies. They have to complete this complete lap to secure the points that they have. But here we go. Stanislas Pio has absolutely alongside partner in Team Iris, the duo have swept the board here, Stephen. This is absolutely remarkable stuff. Congratulations to Stanislas and Chris Davis on one of the great showings in RFRO history. What a win.
And might we add as well, the very first team to win in the LMH category here at RFRO. The very first, and have made history for the Bahrain 1,000 kilometers. What a run for them. Absolutely incredible.
It is, yeah. So nice bunch of iris flowers. That's their logo, the iris flower. So they'll definitely be smelling nice and beautiful flowers in the garden today. Job well done. And there's Remy Delorme. He's got the victory secured for RKT competition. So they're starting their year with a perfect introduction. So they mean business in 2024-25 with season 5. But look at this now across the line, cars all over the shop. But Diogo Silva has the 12 seconds in the pocket to take the GT3 crown in this opening round of the season in Bahrain. So there we go, 58, the team that won the championship last season as Visceral Esports. They are back and they're not giving up that title without a fight.
And can I point out that little fight in between it, Racing R2 managed to hold on by 0.8, well, not even 0.8 of a second as they came across the line. Play team was right on the back of them. They went to the wall, but there was no room to get it done. They had the drive, they had the overdrive, but that whole GT3 gaggle went and gave Racing Heart 2 the opportunity to hold on to 4th place. Play team had no room to go and lost out at the line, caught up behind our winner of the GT3s. Oh man, that is gutting.
Yeah, you can feel the anguish from here, Stephen. That is just so tough to take, but yeah, of course, every driver and team will have their own feelings, but yeah, the main thing is you did get to the finish line. That is something, at least. A lot of teams are certainly envious of that fact, as they could not bring their cars to the finish line to get themselves the honor of finishing. And that was absolutely crazy at the end there. We saw some superb battles, and the composure just to stay away from any potential hazards, as other cars are quicker coming in your mirrors behind, or else the cars are in front of you. They're just trying to do their own things. So yeah, well done to our class winners today. They've been put through their paces, and they'll certainly revel in their success. And I admire everybody who's put on a super show for us today.
It's been an incredible one, and nothing warms my heart more than seeing all the cars doing a cool down lap, coming into the pits. What an absolute amount of professionals out there, the teams, the drivers. What an amazing race, ladies and gentlemen. Man, oh man. Oh, let's do it again. Let's do another 1,000 kilometers. Why not? Come on, guys. Refuel it. Let's go.
Oh, my word. Wow. Do we have another 5.5 hours in the pocket? I personally don't think so. That is just remarkable stuff. Yeah, well done to everybody for making RFRO Season 5 shine on its opening. And there's plenty more where that came from each and every month up until June 2025. There's one race a month that we can bring to you, hopefully. And that should be really, really promising based on today's evidence.
There's so much to unpack from this race. We've had it all, from close side-by-side action to cars on fire to a race down to the wire. I mean, man, oh man. But taking a look at some of the points, we've had some of the most drastic retirements. Who can say that on the debut outing of the LMH, unfortunately, RCT getting the 90 badge for first to set a LMH on fire during course of the race. Sorry, guys, but man, that was hot stuff to do it. Excuse the pun. No code 80s, which we did talk about. Hopefully, nothing. We've had no code 80s. We had no virtual safety cars coming out, which is just a testament to the teams that have been battling out there. Aaron, I've got to say, I'm so happy with this. And total count on our incident sheet, 5 incidents that our stewards had to look at. 5. That's it. The rest of it was just speeding through pits.
Yeah, that's really about it. Yeah, the ability for the drivers to keep it clean, that was great. And now, of course, yeah, there may be a few moments where they may have been considered double movement or weaving for defense or attack. But yeah, that was something that happens. I suppose it was probably within the rules. But yeah, very impressive to see. And of course, yeah, the fact that the car was on fire and it didn't require VSC, that was a great job to our race controls, keeping the track safe after that incident, making sure the stricken car was cleared before anything else had to be done. So yeah, that was top job, well done. And now we have our final classification coming up now. So let's see how everybody ended up on our final results. So here we go. This is the hypercar class to begin with. The attrition rate was very, very high, but hopefully that'll be in consideration for future. So Team Iris are the winners today. So that was a dominant drive to complete the 1,000 kilometers in fine style. Fabrice Morlato was the driver in the SRG Team 3 car that finished the race P2. Alexandra Milia for Bro Sport Racing got themselves on the podium. Suppose that the RFRO car that was just sitting in the pits, that was fourth. So that is just a small discrepancy on our timing screen, but I suppose they are considered fourth place. But it was unfortunate that Alf Team, Carburate Racing, SRG Teams 2 and 1, and FCT, who of course went on fire, they did not get to finish the race. They were DNF'd, Stephen. So yeah, that will have to be something for everybody to review. They have to review what happened as so many cars retired today. So that's a big concern, I'm sure.
Definitely one to take away. Looking at our LMP2s, because man, oh man, was the racing going absolutely crazy for that. We saw nose-to-tail racing right down to the line, and even drivers having to push the limits of what they can do. So absolutely great stuff. LMP2s ultimately coming on top. The drivers need to claw their way through. Play team maintain that fourth place, but we saw changes all the way through the race. We saw close racing. We still taking a look at our hypercar class, which was a debut outing, and honestly, yes, problems coming in. FCT was the second car to retire in the race. First car, if I remind you back to the start of the race, was actually the Neves Junior team that landed up having their BMW put into the wall and, well, looking a bit sideways and looking like it should belong on the beaches as they walk sideways as a crab. But the FCT team did it in style, going and dropping a gear a little bit lower. But we've got to say well done to the admin. They put the whole thing together, the drivers, the teams all putting in the hard work. Also, a shout out to the race control. But Aaron, I think you and I are under the same impression here. A shout out to our race director, Charles, for absolutely going and putting in a massive work here. For anyone that doesn't know what happened, we spoke about Charles a little bit earlier, and I'm going to touch on to this gentleman over here, which you haven't been hearing in our ears the whole time, has been up until 2 o'clock in the morning after he had to reload his entire Windows machine due to an issue, due to sheer determination and wanting to be here for the race. He went and got it all together, and been behind the cameras. He doesn't get enough attention, Charles. Thank you so much for putting the production on show and dealing with our voices in the ears. And also to the wonderful voice of Aaron. Thank you so much for also being on and just giving us the calming, the cool, the relaxed voice to give us all the information, the crucial bits of detail as well. It's been absolutely epic, and I know that you've had barely any sleep as well, because you've been going and reading not only all the information of the drivers and the teams and the rule book and going through the Discord meticulously just to find out any little bit of detail, and even talking to the drivers on a personal level.
Yeah, appreciate that, Stephen. Thank you so much, and of course, likewise to yourself. Your enthusiasm was absolutely spot on, and you really grew into the role as the race progressed. So yeah, I think we made a pretty solid partnership. So I'm very impressed with how you got on yourself. So well done.
Oh, absolutely incredible stuff. And well, other than this has been an entire race, and well, my vote is to keep going an extra 1,000 kilometers, I would say. That's my feeling to it. Well, Aaron, this is your show. I hand over the mic to you. You're the number one. And well, any last thoughts from your side?
I think we've covered the bases really. That was a stellar race. I'm sure there were plenty of considerations that may have to. There may be a few hard feelings. I'm sure disappointment for a few more drivers today, but there's always the chance next time for round 2 of the championship. It's Road America on November 16th, the second round of the championship. Then Interlagos is the last race of 2024. That'll be December 7th. Then there's a break in January, and then it'll be another 5 rounds to go after that. So starting with Shanghai just after Valentine's Day there, the 15th, then Silverstone in March, Spa in April, then a special event that hasn't been fully announced yet, that's in May, the 24th of May, and then the 1,000 kilometers of Le Mans in June, the most appropriate month for it, really. So that will be one to look forward to, depending on how the season goes. We may have new champions or defending champions keeping a hold of their honors. So yeah, that's going to be something to look forward to in the coming months and the summer, next summer, or I suppose winter if you're in the southern hemisphere. Something to look forward to.
Gonna be a wild one. Well, from South Africa, I gotta say to everyone from my side, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you hit the follow button here at Tuned TV and keep up with all the action. Also, take a look out on social media for the RFRO. Join us out on the Discord. We're glad to have you guys here, and also follow Tuned TV out on our social medias. We've got lots of information coming in, not only with some sports car racing, but plenty of more going on. And all the way out from South Africa, what I usually say to everyone out here is thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you next time. A good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.